Nothing good needs to be changed. Patience is beautiful. Let it come, let it grow. When the time is right, patience is
Alright, legends, welcome to another live stream. Hope you're all having a fantastic Thursday. Remember to smash up that like button if you haven't done so already. As per the disclaimer, I am not a financial advisor. I'm simply sharing with you how I trade and approach the markets from an education and entertainment perspective. I encourage you to do your own research. Let's get the party on the road. Let me do this. There we go. Welcome to another live stream. Will Bitcoin continue the momentum here to the downside? Let me say hi to the community and we can start with some technical analysis. Okay, I missed this short. I must say I missed this short. I wanted to enter the short, but I was throwing some weights around in the gym. And so it's okay. There's always another way to get back into a trade. But now the question is momentum going to continue to the downside? Okay, or is this a setup for an insane bullish case scenario? That's what we need to discuss. I'm still positioned in my short. I'm still positioned in my short. Okay, stop above the high. I'm not moving my stop loss to break even because I don't want to get wicked out of this position and then price leaves without me. No, that's not what I want to do. So if price is going to fall, okay, it can fall, or it can go even above my entry price, but I know for the bears, that's the high that should not be claimed. So I'm not moving my stop loss. I do have enough profits to cover my stop loss and some money in the bag. So it will be a nice profitable trade. Regardless, it will be a profitable trade even if I get stopped out. And if I do get stopped out, well, then okay, I'm going to be looking for the short again. Okay, I'm not sure if this is all going to happen inside of this live stream. I think if that high gets claimed, it's gonna take a day or two, okay, for me to get that juicy short again. Okay, so we need to analyze what is cooking over here. I've taken most of the profits from the long already. I'm still leaving a runner. Okay, I'm still in that long from lower down, got stopped out of the short. You guys know the story by now. I'm not going to repeat this whole process of what happened over here, but I have taken majority of the profits from the long here to the upside. I'm still leaving a runner because I know that price can still punch to the upside. Okay. And for those haters out there, for lack of a better word, that says, well, how dare you look for shorts? We're going to $100,000. Bitcoin is going to $100,000. How can you look for shorts? Because I can do it responsibly. I can be wrong and make money. I have taken the short, okay, and I'm in profits. That's what's important for me, is I can be wrong and make money. And when I'm right, I make a lot more. Okay. So, legends, a lot to talk about. Will price reverse here to the upside or to the downside? Let me go and say hi to the legends. Okay, yeah, joining the live stream, diehard fans, want to make trading better. Okay, master the game, master yourself. Good afternoon, Devold legends. Albert, welcome to the live stream. Uncle Cyril, hello everyone. Uncle Devold, you're gonna get me in trouble. I'm drossing at work, but it's worth it. Right. Finally, I think we're seeing some downwards momentum today. I mean, that would be great for my short. Okay. That would be absolutely fantastic for my short. But if we don't get downwards momentum, it's okay. Okay. Because I'll make more money from the long that I'm in and I'll be looking for a new short. But price is at a very interesting level. Okay, it's in an interesting zone where shorts for me are way more interesting than longs. I will take the long, guys, and I have taken longs here. Okay, I will definitely, because some people send me messages to say that, why are you only shorting? Why are you so bearish? The momentum is to the upside. Why are you so bearish? I have taken longs. I'm a day trader. I can long in the morning and I can short in the evening. That's how I trade. I trade the structure in front of me. I look for an opportunity, whether that's a short or whether that's a long. That's what I trade. Guys, I'm not leaning bearish. I'm not leaning bullish. I don't have a bias. I trade what the market gives me. That's what I do as a day trader. From an investment perspective, yeah, I want Bitcoin to go up. I want the low to be in at $57,000 and I want momentum to continue. Okay, because I'm going to make money from my spot bags. So from an investment perspective, I want to believe and hope that the low is in at $57,000, but the structure hasn't shown me that it wants to be bullish yet. So, right, someone wrote guys, I must show you some of the comments that people write on the YouTube live stream. Someone wrote yesterday, bullshit, just the word bullshit. I was like, okay, well, tell me why. Don't just write bullshit. Why? What is bullshit? Tell me why. Let's have a conversation. Not an argument. Let's have a conversation. Why is it bullshit? Anyways, hi Devil, not sure if the double 1-2. Yes, this is now what we need to figure out over here, because the most bullish case scenario is nested 1-2s building up over here. Okay, that's what they want us to think. Hi Devil to Legends. Hi guys. You can press the like now if you like. Yes. Looks a bit bearish, but still structure is up until it's invalidated. Exactly. Structure always comes first before anything else. Good morning, nice. Shorty short from the top. Yes, I'm still in that short. It's holding on by a thread. Okay, that little short is holding on by a thread, but I'm in. Okay. I know that there was a lot of people that missed this entry. Okay. Damn, I missed it. It's going to fall to the downside. That's the other camp of the side. I've missed it. Well, now price is at a zone where there's a potential for a re-entry. And I can tell you now, a lot of people, if price is going to fall down, a lot of people are going to miss this entry as well, because now they're too scared to enter. And you know why they're too scared to enter? If you believe that price is going to fall down because you missed the short and price was over here, okay, and now you're like, oh shit, I missed the short. I wish price will retrace. Okay, because that's what goes through from a psychology perspective. That's what goes through your mind. I wish price will retrace so that I can catch a better entry, because according to my analysis, I believe price is going to fall down. And I can tell you now, there's a lot of people that thought that's now too scared to enter. And you know why they're too scared to enter? Is because they're risking too much. I can tell you now, 100% guaranteed, if you are scared to take a trade, you're risking too much. You want to catch that ultimate trade. that's going to fly to the downside or fall to the downside $10,000. Okay, so you want to go all in. And it creates fear, and it creates that, should I, shouldn't I, should I, shouldn't I? Let me watch 10 YouTube videos today and hear what everyone is saying, and then maybe I'll get some answers. Because you guys get the point, okay? If you're scared to enter a trade, it means you're risking too much. If you're risking peanuts over here with your stop above the high and you're happy with a loss, considering that there is a bearish case scenario where price can fall down, sweep up the low over here, okay, so it does make the risk to reward worth it, then, well, you do you at the end of the day. I cannot tell anyone how they need to trade, okay, because there is a bullish case scenario where price continues to the upside, and there will always be, regardless of what trade you enter, there will always be a bullish and a bearish case scenario. So you will never find a trade that is guaranteed to move in the direction that you want it to move. Never, ever. But at some point you need to pull the trigger, or I need to pull the trigger with great risk management, with a position size that I feel comfortable with, managing my risk, taking profits, covering my fees, covering my stop loss. Okay, so you just have to rinse and repeat, and that's what day trading is basically about. Okay, so now let me wrap up the comments and then we can start. Appreciate it. Fuck, I couldn't be on the chart earlier. I missed the SFP. Yeah, this SFP actually happened at a very interesting level. I had this fib extension over here, just basically measuring this structure. Okay, and look at where it rejected. Beautiful. If I was in front of the chart, okay, I can't say with 100% certainty, but if I was in front of the chart, okay, I would have most likely attempted that little short, even if I got in a little bit late, because I can manage risk, I can make it a free trade, and if I'm wrong, guess what? I don't lose anything. Great, because I saw this fib pool this morning before I went to gym. I saw the rejection at the 0.7. I was like, okay, something about this fib pool looks juicy. Okay, shot through the 1-to-1 extension, but then it rejected at the 1.236. So definitely a fib extension that I will be paying attention to if price turns around, comes back up. Well, we have some additional levels, but now this is what I need to discuss here on the, okay, there's something that I need to discuss based on this structure that is formed over here. Okay, for the moment, you can see that this structure, for the moment, is a 3-wave structure. It's not a 5-wave structure. So for the moment, based on current price action, this structure has a higher probability to take the low than to continue momentum to the upside. Unless the structure forms into a 5-wave structure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then it can correct and continue. And that's where the opportunity lies. Not here. I don't long here. No, I need to see what structure is going to unfold. Okay, but for the moment, this is a 3-wave structure, and a 3-wave structure up always has a higher probability to take the low. So technically, the most bullish case scenario, if it's not a 3-wave structure, is nested 1-2s. So nested 1-2 is always the most insane bullish case scenario, okay, because you think it's a 3-wave structure and then all hell breaks loose and it liquidates people, okay. It's a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5 there to the upside. That's the most bullish case scenario, and I love to do my analysis like this, okay, because that move to the upside always lets me enter my trades with great risk management. Like I said, guys, that could be the top. You have an impulse to the downside, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have an 3-wave corrective structure. This could be even a W. This could be an X. And this could be an A, B, C. Done. This could be a 3-wave structure. And now price is going to fall down. I don't know what's going to happen, but can you see why executing the trade for me is so important? And if I miss the entry, I don't FOMO into the entry. Okay, so I will wait for a retracement. if I still want to partake in this trade, I'll wait for a retracement. If the retracement doesn't come and it just keeps on falling to the downside, well, then I miss the trade and I look for a next trading opportunity. Then I'll most probably look for a long. Okay, because the short is, yeah, this is where this is where I'm interested in shorts. I'm not interested in shorts down here. I'm interested in shorts when price is at the top of a structure. I'm interested in longs when price is at the bottom of the structure. Guys, I'm going to be here for a while today, so get your popcorn ready. Cold drink, tea, coffee, okay, whatever you prefer. I'm going to take it nice, slow, and relaxed. We're going to see what plays out over here. If I do see an opportunity, I will take it. I will trade it. I'll just need to make sure that I sign into my account. Okay. If I do get, because I'm not gonna do anything here on my Bluffin account unless the short gets stopped out. That's it. That's the only time I will do something here on my Bluffin account. As long as I stay in the short, then I'm gonna enjoy the momentum to the downside. So I'll use a fresh account to trade over here. Okay, remember to smash up that like button. If you do enjoy the content, the education, today's going to be a long one. Okay, I'm going to spend a lot of time inside of the comments section. So if you have any questions that you would like to ask, anything, just not below the belt. And I'm more than happy to answer those questions. Andy is spending his time inside of the community today. Okay, so maybe there will be some opportunities. I don't know. Because I'm going to be a little bit longer on YouTube. But as always, guys, when I'm not on YouTube, I'm inside of the community, and I am very active inside of the community, and the community knows this, and you guys can confirm this via the comments. I am a very active trader inside of the community. When I see an opportunity that I want to take, I let people know. And it's not a signal. I do it from an education perspective to show people how I do it. Okay, guys, I'm entering. Guys, I'm covering fees. Guys, I'm covering my, like this trade was shared inside of the community. Okay, that long was shared inside of the community. I wasn't on YouTube when this happened. Okay, I can't always be on YouTube. So if you want to be part of the community, for those people popping in that have not heard this before, you can send me the word access to my Telegram. There's the link for my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can be part of the community. Surround yourself with like-minded people. Okay, there's a lot that's happening in the community. It's myself, it's Andy inside the community, it's Dylan that looks at altcoins. I think he's now going to do some gold analysis as well if he hasn't done so already. And we've got Rudy also looking at to trade altcoins. We've got Joan, which is an amazing Elliott wave analyst, showing us the scenarios on the smaller time frames. We've got Joy. Yeah, there's a lot happening, guys. There's a lot happening inside of the community. You can just send me the word access and I'll send you the instructions on how you can be part of the community. Okay, so I think I've touched on some of the scenarios that could potentially play out over here. Okay. And then I'll show you the bigger picture of how the scenario fits into the bigger picture. So most bullish case scenario is that price is building up nested 1-2s. 1-2, I can count a 5-wave structure there, by the way. I can. Okay. This can either be a 1-2, 1-2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, or this can be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. However, I can count an impulse inside of that structure, and this little mess looks very corrective. Okay. Overlappy, choppy, no impulse. Okay. Price broke out and moved to the upside. So from a bullish case perspective, guys, remember, I have to always consider the bullish and bearish case scenarios. Okay, so let's talk bullish, because I know there's a lot of people that are calling me crazy for looking for shorts. So I'm going to entertain you. Hold on to your beer. I'm going to show you a trick. Right, most bullish case scenario is price is building up a 1-2, 1-2, and it flies. Takes the high, stops me out of my short. Volume starts increasing, okay, with this move here to the upside, and then it forms 4-5, 4-5, because there's a double 1-2. Double 1-2, you see the God candle in the middle, and I'm going to wait for the 4545 for volume to decrease as the highs gets chopped. So you can see that I don't have to know which structure is going to play out, but when it plays out, I know how to trade it. I'm happy to miss this long, guys. I'm really happy to miss that long because I'm going to catch the short based on the structure that I see. If I miss the short, then I'm going to be looking for a long based on the structure that I see. And that's basically how I day trade. Okay, it's for me, and I know I always hammer on this point, it's not about being right or wrong. Because I do know that retail, okay, for lack of a better word, not the people in this community, not the people in our community, most of retail people, okay, will say, will unfollow a person on YouTube that got the analysis wrong. Or let's say this is the only scenario that I'm talking about. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Guys, I'm looking for a short. Now that's all I do. I just look at this scenario. I'm just bullish. Okay? And then price does this. Falls to the downside. And then people unsubscribe from the channel. That person gets hate inside of the comment section. Because they judge the person by how well he predicts the market and not by how well he trades and stays profitable. And that is stupid retail at the end of the day, because they just want to follow the person that gets it right all the time. And guess what? You're not going to find that person. The best technical analysts in the world are going to get it wrong. But what makes them great is how well they lose and how much they make. And I'm specifically using those words, how well do they lose? Because they are managing their risks like kings, okay, like legends. I'm going to get it wrong, guys. I'm going to get the analysis wrong. And people are going to get confused and say, but yeah, you're talking so many scenarios. Which one? Which one? Okay, because people want to see this and they want to long. Devil said it's moving up, so I'm entering a long. No stop loss. Price falls down. Unfollow. Hate inside the comments. You're going to get people wrecked. You wrecked me, whatever the case might be. Okay, guys, and sorry, I am hammering a little bit on these negative comments because I can see with this Bitcoin explosion here to the upside, a lot of new people has come back into the crypto space. And I can see from the comment section, it's retail that's leaving the shit comments on everyone's live streams. And I'm talking about the great people out there, the Koons of the world, Andy, myself. There's some really good technical analysts out there. You need to really look for them and search for them because there's also a lot of bullshit out there. Okay, but it's not nice when I see how people hate on them for getting a scenario wrong. Okay, so guys, let's just focus on the technical analysis, okay? Because I can talk about this for a very long time. So most bullish case scenario is nested 1-2s. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Okay, I know how to short that, guys. I know how to short that structure. It's one of my most successful structures that according to my trading journal, that I make the most money on because they're beautiful. Okay, high amount of volume in the guard candle. It chops the highs on decreasing volume. That's where I get very interested in shorts. Okay, and it's with these scenarios that I usually risk 1 to 2, 2 to 3% even with those specific trades. I love those structures, and when I see them, I love to trade them. So if this unfolds, I really don't mind missing this entire long. I don't mind, guys, because that short is going to be epic. Because now I see the structure and I know how to trade it. Okay, and then I can obviously overlay it with additional areas of confluence. Do I have resistance to the upside that I can pay attention to? Is there a daily level? Is there a weekly level? Can I play an SFB, be wrong, get stopped out with profits? Okay, bearish case scenario. Sorry, someone is gossiping about me. Bearish case scenario is price Okay, let's talk a little bit bearish. So basically, in a nutshell, bullish case scenario is price continues up. Okay, and from a higher time frame perspective, let me just show you on the roadmap where the structure formed. If price continues here to the upside, then I'm looking at this one. Then I'm looking at that. Just to show you how the scenario fits into the bigger picture. Okay, price has formed a 1, 2, 3. A small little fourth wave, and now it's still continuing up to complete the fifth wave. 1, 2, 3. Okay, can you see the third wave loves to build nested 1-2s. They do love to build nested 1-2s because it gives it momentum to the upside. The more 1-2s, nested 1-2s forms to the bottom, the higher the push to the upside. So just from an education perspective, guys, when price does this 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, that's a nice triple 1-2 to see. That move to the upside is usually very aggressive because it builds up a spring. Okay, it builds up a spring that explodes to the upside. Okay, where a normal impulse is just a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that move is not as aggressive as that move. Okay, and I can show you an example. Something happened not too long ago. Can you see the nested 1-2s here that gave Bitcoin the momentum? 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. It builds up a spring to give it the momentum to the upside. If price only did a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it would have most probably ended here somewhere. Okay, so a normal impulse is usually not as strong as nested 1-2s because it builds up that spring and it gives it momentum either to the up or to the downside. Right, so if this is a third wave forming over here in this scenario, that nested 1-2's potential makes sense. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5 to give it momentum to the upside. And third waves love to do that. And you can see here, look at this boring one. 1, boring 1, 2, and now it's building the 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, whoop, and it shoots to the upside. So that is something that could happen over here. It forms a 3-wave correction in a wave 4, goes up for a last little push to the upside to complete the 5th wave. I don't know how high that's going to go, guys. I don't know how high it's going to go, but I know what to look for. I know to look for the exhaustion. Okay, like what happened here. When price made that high, this was what I was waiting for, a consolidation area, because the consolidation area gives me the information to make a trading decision. Okay, I can tell you now, based on this consolidation that is formed here, if price did this, okay, and it did this, I would have shorted there with my stop above the high. But it didn't, because I didn't see an impulse to the downside. Instead, I saw a 3-wave structure. 1, 2, 3. I had my trend, price broke out, and I took the long. For those of you that said you're only shorting, I took a long. Okay, the community knows I did share this trade inside of the community. The long was basically taken there, that little breakout. It formed that little bullish pennant. I took the long. Zoop, nice little momentum there to the upside. Took profits, closed the position, and so I am playing longs based on the structure that I see, but I need price to slow down to show me the structure so that I can make a trading decision. Okay, so that is basically how the most bullish case scenario fits into the structure. The larger structure is that maybe the 5th wave is not done just as yet. There is the other scenario where this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is the end, and that's now the bearish case scenario, that this could be number 5 over there. Okay, let me clean it up and show you I do actually have it prepared. So guys, a little bit of a repeat of what I said yesterday, but I think it's important just to see or get a sense, a sense of where we are from a structural perspective. I'm specifically focusing on this structure. Okay, it's not time yet for me to bring this structure into the picture. It's not time yet. I'm going to get there, but it's not time yet. For now, this structure is not finished, or could still continue to the upside. So I'm just ignoring this structure for the moment, because this structure also paints a different picture in terms of what could play out over here. Mr. UAE showering the legends with gifts. Okay. Right. So, no, someone asked the question, Devold, if this had to happen, do I believe that the bear market is over? No, because this is still part of the same structure. Okay, let me explain. If this had to happen, price gets to $90,000, $88,000, maybe even $100,000. I don't know how aggressive this third wave, guys, this third wave can pop. It can really pop. Okay, the only rule is that this third wave is not allowed to be the shortest. And you can see that it is longer than 1. So 5 can extend. That's no problem. It's allowed to extend because the third wave is not the shortest wave. So 5 can be longer than 3 because 1 is the shortest. So I don't know how aggressive it's going to get here to the upside, guys. And I have to acknowledge that price can continue to the upside, even smacking $100,000, which is insane target, but it can happen. Okay. But to answer your question, do you believe that the bear market is over? No. Because even if this scenario plays out, okay, I can still label this structure a 3-wave structure. Okay, let me go to the 4-hour time frame just to show everyone. Let's say this plays out. It is still a 3-wave structure. Price needs to give me, okay, let me put this into perspective. Let me take a bars pattern. This is what I'm going to be looking for, okay, for this one. That. I want a bars pattern for that. And I'm going to make it a little bit longer because that's most commonly what happens. I want to see that. I want to see a long corrective structure. And I want to see another move up. Then I will say that the door has opened for the bear market to be done. Only once I see that. But as long as price continues here to the upside, okay, it's still part of this structure, which means that this could be an A, a B, and a C. It's still a 3-wave structure, and it still has an increased probability to take the low. But if price forms a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I need a bigger consolidation area to match that. Guys, this was actually, depending on how you count the structure, I could even say that, okay, let me do this. I could even say that that's actually your bars pattern. That is your bars pattern. I need something similar in size, or at least longer, preferably longer, but at least similar in size. Okay, something like that. If it's going to repeat that structure, which is highly unlikely, it's not going to repeat that structure because rule of alternation, you're going to get something completely different. Usually when you get a long sideways corrective structure in a wave 2 or in a wave 2 over here, okay, your fourth wave can be short and deep. So basically, and I know I've spoken about this many times, guys, just to answer your question, even if price continues to the upside, I still classify it as a 3-wave structure because that is the same move to the upside. I need a larger corrective structure, okay, and another push to the upside to see a clean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, now that is interesting. And then depending on how price corrects, Does it correct, okay, in a three-wave structure? Overlap, mess, W, X, Y's, ABCs, triangles. It needs to be a messy corrective structure. It needs to be difficult to analyze. The more difficult this structure is to analyze, the higher the probability for the bear market to be done. That's the easiest way to explain it. Because usually corrective structures are difficult to analyze. They are messy, they are overlappy, they have triangles. You don't know if it's a W, X, Y, or if it's, it's crazy, okay? That's usually a corrective structure. But if it's an easy structure to identify from an impulsive perspective, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, that's going to be a shorting opportunity. And the reason I say even with a corrective structure, okay, let's say price does this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even if that had to play out, it's the corrective structure that is the most important to me, because I know a lot of people from an Elliott wave perspective are going to look at this as a, oh my word, there's a 5-wave move to the upside. This is a reversal. The low is in. Okay. And on the larger time frame, unfortunately, price can still form an A, a B, and a C to the downside. Your B wave has to have 3 waves inside of it. 1, 2, 3. Even if it ends over there. 1, 2, 3. The last wave inside of the B wave, this wave, needs to be a 5-wave structure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is why the retracement is going to be the most important structure to analyze, to confirm that this B is not a B. It's actually the low is in over here and price is now forming the bull market back to the upside. So for me, there's still time. I am positioned long, guys. I do have spot bags. I did buy here. I didn't buy here because I already bought at that price, and I've shared that inside of my live streams with the community. I told everyone, because I know I got a lot of messages from people saying, Devil, why are you not buying? Because you said you're going to buy when fear and greed is below a certain level. But I told everyone, I'm not interested to DCA in this zone because I already bought here. And I bought a big chunk over there. Okay. And when price is at the same level, more or less, give or, from a spot perspective, a couple of, $1,000, $2,000 up or down doesn't really make a difference. But if I do buy again, I want a discount. I want a discount. And if I don't get a discount, no, I'm not buying. Because I bought there. If I did not buy here, I would have bought there. That's what I told everyone. If I didn't buy here, I would have bought there. Because all the parameters for me to make an investment decision or to add to my spot bags was met over here. But I already bought there. You guys, and I can just share with you what my strategy, my investment strategy is I bought here. And because price was at the same level, I felt like, no, I have enough and I don't want to buy at the same price. If price comes down again, then I'll add. That's my rule. Okay, you might have a different rule. So you do you at the end of the day. I'm not a financial advisor. This is just the strategy that I'm following. Okay. So now you can see that even if this structure forms a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's going to make the world excited. Okay. Higher high, market structure change. Okay. Most people are going to expect a higher low for continuation back to the upside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back to the upside. Okay. And what if that lower high doesn't come and price falls to the downside? Remember, there's always, regardless of which time frame you look at, there's always a bullish and a bearish case scenario. So people speculating on the $57,000 low being in, because I've seen some of the thumbnails, low bull market confirmed. That's what some of the thumbnail titles say. Bull market confirmed. How? I don't understand how it's confirmed. Because the structure hasn't confirmed it yet. Okay. For me, guys, based on my technical analysis, the structure hasn't confirmed a bull market yet. This is still a damn three-wave structure. Okay, if I take this all out the way, that's a three-wave structure. You can see it as clear as daylight. This is a three-wave structure. Even if price still chops here to the upside, takes the high, it's a damn three-wave structure. There's no confirmation from a price action perspective that the low is in. I'm not saying the low is not in. What I'm saying is there's no confirmation from a price action perspective. So people speculating, okay, clickbait titles saying that they know that the low is in. They might get lucky and the low is in, but there's no confirmation. I'm a type of person that likes to say, I need confirmation before I can go onto YouTube and I say there's a high chance that the low is in. And for now, there's not a high chance that the low is in based on the structure that is formed. Okay. Is price giving us the rejection? Guys, I'm just going to jump here between time frames to see what is cooking here. Right, I want to see what CVD is doing. Still neutral. It's not bearish. That's what I'm trying to see. Is it bearish? Can I short the retracement? And so far, not looking great to short the retracement. Okay, it's just bullish. You can see it's just bullish, right? I only see little blue lines here at the bottom. I don't see any red lines here on the top. So there's a chance that momentum can potentially still continue. 2 confirmations, 3 confirmations. Okay, so it looks like retail really wants to short. And the market makers are absorbing the shorts for the moment. Okay. Remember, there's no indicator that is 100% accurate. So there's always that 24% chance that price does exactly the opposite and it invalidates the bullish CVD. Right. That's why I trade with great risk management. Remember, if you want to be part of the community, when I'm not on YouTube, I'm inside of the community. You can send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Okay. I hope I actually went into a lot of detail with that question, okay? But I get this question so many times, okay? People ask it in the comment section. People ask it after the YouTube streams. People ask me in DMs. People even send me mails. I don't know where they get my email address from, but I even get mails from people asking me technical, do you believe the low is in? Okay, so for those of you that's been wanting to ask me and that has asked me, is the bear market finished? I can say with high probability that there's no confirmation yet. Can the low be in? Yes. Can the low not be in? Yes. I have no confirmation. And it's not because I don't have confirmation. The structure is showing me that there's no confirmation yet. Okay, so I wanted to see if this structure is going to form. Okay, the one thing that I was looking at is to say that, well, is this maybe a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5? Okay, and then price did something stupid over here, and it tapped the 1.618. So it invalidated an impulse, but it did open up the door for nested 1-2s. So if I take a fib from the low of 2, now let's use that low to the high. I like to use magnets, okay? And I'm going to make this line solid. I want to make this line solid so I can see whether it's pierced it or not. Let's make a nice little solid line over there. Let's make it thin so I can see it properly. And I'm going to zoom in. Okay, remember, for an impulse, this is what I'm trying to see. For a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 correction continuation, okay, your fourth wave is not allowed to tap the 618. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it an impulse still building here to the upside? So if I zoom in there, it's been claimed. So it's not an impulse anymore. So there's still a diagonal. I don't really like to talk about diagonals so early on because a lot still needs to happen. But the most bullish case scenario, if especially when the 0.618 gets claimed, the most bullish case scenario on the table is always nested 1-2s. So for the bulls, you want to see price not take this low. That's your invalidation. Okay. Let me make it a little bit thinner and let's do this properly. Okay, this is an invalidation. Guys, and I'm just gonna polyline this scenario because they do take long to draw out properly, professionally. Okay. Where's my polyline? So for the most bullish case scenario, let me just draw it out properly here. That's what I want to see, where I'll be interested in shorts. Okay, clear invalidation for this scenario. If the invalidation gets claimed, there's a higher probability for the bears that this high is in. So you can keep it simple. The 618 was already claimed from an impulse perspective. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correction, continuation. It's been invalidated because the 618 got claimed. Now, the bullish case scenario on the table is nested 1-2s to explode to the upside to build that third wave that I've just shown on a higher time frame. If this low gets claimed, there's a higher probability for the bears to take, I would say, this low and maybe even that low. Don't know how aggressive it's going to get because I can see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 correction and price could now build. Okay, this can be an A, this could be a B, or this is a 1 and that's a 2, and price falls in a C or in a 3. The only difference between these two is that 3 makes a 4 and a 5. C stops and turns around. Okay. So it is a very interesting zone for shorts. If you missed the short, for me, if I missed, guys, and maybe I need you to just rephrase my words. If I missed the short, it's a very interesting zone to look for shorts and I can get in responsibly into the short. Okay. Where price is now, not really interested in the short because based on how I trade, I don't like to FOMO into a trade after I've missed the SFP or caught it at the highest point. Because I'm already positioned, okay, I'm not too interested to look for the short, but I know there's a lot of people that missed it. So your opportunity, the potential opportunity, you want to catch price as high as possible to the invalidation. You want the smallest invalidation possible. That's basically, as a technical trader, that's what you're trying to achieve. How close can I get my price to my invalidation? Best risk to reward. That's what you're trying to get at. Okay, so I cannot FOMO in here. The risk to reward for me doesn't make sense. Unless you enter with appropriate position size. But remember, guys, I'm not a financial advisor. I cannot tell you what you need to do because remember the bullish case scenario. Okay, if that little bad boy plays out, invalidation does not get tapped. Okay, you need to be happy with that loss. For me, I need to be happy with the loss considering that can play out. Okay, so although this will really look, so let's say this scenario plays out 1, 2, 1, 2, and it shoots up here 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Okay, although this looks like an interesting short opportunity, I would wait for one more high after that structure finishes. Yes, I will definitely attempt to day trade it. Okay, because let me explain. If this is a 1, 2, and this is the third wave building up here, okay, it still needs a 4 and it needs a 5. So if this scenario had to play out, I would expect that high, wherever it's going to get made, to be claimed again after a larger corrective structure. Basically what happened there. I want to see there. I want to see a three-wave corrective structure, and I want another push to the upside because you have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ka-ching, falls down. So I can attempt this short, okay, to play that corrective structure. You can take advantage of that move. Okay. Bearish case scenario, obviously, I have discussed this yesterday as well. Let me just put this nested 1, 2. Guys, I mean, this can really rock and roll. Let me just, I think I need to actually extend this a little bit. This can really fly here to the upside. I don't know where it's going to end. But what I can do is to see that, well, where's the next high time frame resistance zone? Where's the biggest resistance to the upside? And this is why I always have my folders prepared. Okay, biggest area of resistance is between $83,000 and $84,000, the closest zone. There's more zones upstairs, but I'm now talking about the closest zone. So if price does push up here, this is where I'm seeing that price is most probably going to start struggling. Like when price pushed up here, it struggled at my resistance zone, which I've now turned green because it's support now. Price is above this zone, so I turned it green, which is now support. Look at how it bounced on support. Okay, so if price accelerates up here, next area is between $83,000 $84,000 from a resistance perspective. If you do enjoy the content, the education, remember to smash up that like button. And right guys, but you know, this is some of the things that I share daily inside of the community. Often, very often, most often, these things are shared inside of the community before I come even on YouTube, okay? And I can't be on YouTube all the time. And sometimes, like, you know, yesterday was a perfect example. On the smaller time frames, there was so many scenarios playing out, and I kept the community up to date. Okay, this one, WXY, oh shit, invalidation 1.618, got invalidated, got invalidated, got invalidated, okay? And that's where I keep the community up to date. I did tell everyone yesterday, like I said in the live stream last night, that I was not interested to trade this. I wasn't interested. There was trading opportunities, but I wasn't interested to trade it. Because it was just a mess, guys. This was a mess. That was a mess. I don't like to trade a mess. It doesn't make sense. It keeps on getting invalidated. Then you think it's a WXY, then it turns into something else. So I didn't really feel like trading anything yesterday. So I just sat in my hands because I know I'm going to catch another trade that makes more sense to me. Okay. Now you might be asking yourself, I don't even know if I want to discuss this scenario, guys, because it's so early. Okay. But for the curious, you might have a question to say that if this invalidation gets claimed and it invalidates the nested 1-2s, is there still a chance for price to make a higher low and continue back to the upside? I would say yes. But it's so damn early to talk about this scenario, and they never carry the highest probability. Okay, and that's basically an ending diagonal, of which all structures has to be three-wave structures. Three-wave structure and a wave 1. Three-wave structure and a wave 2. That low should not be claimed. It goes up in a three-wave structure and a wave 3. You get the point. And that's exactly how the bull market ended. And it needs to be contracting. Very early to talk about this. So yes, the high can be formed with three waves to the upside. But you guys can see I need a lot of information before I can take that short. A lot of information. I still need a couple of, at most probably 3, 4, 5 days. Okay, it's way too early to talk about this. But I just want to show you what could unfold if price does not take that low. And the structure basically ends in an ending diagonal. If I go to the 12-hour time frame, that is how the bull market ended. Do you see that little bad boy? And that's what also confused me, and I did talk about this. Do you see that it ended on a three-wave structure? Okay, if I zoom out a little bit, that's basically what I'm looking at. Is to say that, you know, you have your diagonal. Ka-ching. Ka-ching. And then you have your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's put that there. That's how the bull market ended, in an ending diagonal, which is rare to see, guys. And this is why I know Justin asked me the question in my last live stream, Dewald, but it ended on a three-wave structure. The probabilities were higher to take out the high. And yeah, I must say, this structure is the structure that threw me off guard, because it has to be a three-wave structure. And for me, this just looked like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. It looks so damn impulsive. I had a difficult time to count this as a three-wave structure. It just looked impulsive, because in an ending diagonal, all structures has to be three-wave structures. So everything here made sense except this structure for me. And this is why I didn't even consider it. It happened, guys. Did I get liquidated? No. Did I blow up an account? No. Was I wrong? Yes. My risk management protected me. Okay. So for me, like I said, guys, it's not about being wrong or right. For me, it's about, you know, I didn't blow up an account. I didn't get liquidated. But that's basically what could happen. Yeah, on the smaller time frames that I've just painted out. Okay, but it's very early to call for this, because this could be yeah, it could even be a bigger one. This could be an ABC. Okay, that could even be your 1. This could be your 2. It could even form a bigger diagonal. It forms a three-wave structure in a wave 3, comes down in a 4, it goes back up in a 5. So can you see, guys, there's many scenarios. Okay, as always, there's many scenarios. Okay, and then 5 ends over here. But I need more price action in order to trade this. I need the scenario to unfold in front of my eyes. I need to be able to say, hey, I see 3 up, 3 down, 3 up, 3 down. Ooh, interested in the short. So I don't care how and I don't know how price is going to play out, but I know how to trade it once it unfolds. And I think that's something that Andy spoke about during his previous long live stream as well, is to say that there are many scenarios, and people often complain about it. You just talk about 20 scenarios. I don't know which one to trade. Well, depending on which one plays out, I will trade it. So I have a roadmap of what could play out, and when it plays out and price follows the roadmap that I saw could play out, I can eliminate 18 scenarios, and then I have 2 that I'm looking at, for example. And then based on how price action unfolds, I can make a trading decision. And that's why I have to be patient. For me to catch that short, if this structure plays out, it's going to be very patient. Okay, I have to wait for that entire structure to play out, and most probably it's only going to end by the end of this month. So there's not really much for me to do until the end of the month if this structure is going to play out. Can you guys see how patient I need to be? This is also why Andy is so patient with his trades. I do trade more than Andy. I know that because I'm a day trader and I look for intraday trading opportunities as well. And I also do it so that I can educate the community. I can share some analysis in the community, because there are people that wants to trade a little bit more than just once a month or twice a month. Okay. Right. So yeah, legends, I don't know what's going to happen. Let me call this a nested 1-2, most bullish. local nested 1 2. Let's throw that in there so we know that we have it, or that I know that I have it. That's basically that insane bullish case scenario. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, it's an hour. I'm just going to take a quick break. I need to go to the bathroom and just get myself something to a shake. I just I just came from the gym before I started the live stream, so I just want to get myself a shake. So I have something to sip while I talk to everyone. And then I'm going to discuss a couple of other scenarios that could unfold over here as well. So I will see you all in 5 minutes, maybe less. Okay, it's just a default timer that goes off. But remember to smash up that like button. I'll leave the comments here on the screen. Ooh, the memberships are just rolling in here at the moment. Still Mr. UAE going absolutely crazy over here. Okay, I will go through some comments and then I will continue the technical analysis. I just need a quick break.
Foot down, hold it tight. We're flying into turn 1 fight. Stay in the zone. Stay in the zone. Stay in the zone. Victory mode. Go, go, go. Push it harder. Never slow. Victory mode. Go, go, go. Feel the power. Stay in flow. Corner by corner, lap by lap. No mistakes, no looking back. Lights out. Go, go, go. Stay in the zone. Stay in the zone. Stay in the zone. Victory mode. Victory mode. Final lap, don't lose control. Heartbeats fast but steady soul. This is it, the checkered flag. Full send, no holding back. Victory mode. Lights out. Victory mode.
The charts are moving through the night. The digital stars are shining bright. Every candle tells a story. Every block a piece of glory. We're watching futures come alive, holding steady through the tide. Bitcoin horizons calling me. Beyond the noise, beyond the sea. Building dreams block by block. through every rise and every fall. The strongest hands will stand tall. New beginnings, open skies. Opportunity on the rise. Bitcoin horizons calling me. Beyond the noise, beyond the sea. Building dreams block by block. Around the world, around the clock.
Okay, there we go. Right. Oh, price is continuing here to the downside. You just put the music a little bit softer there in the background. Okay, so the short is still in play. Let me just... Short is still in play. Profits has been taken to cover the fees and the stop loss. Let me just open up my journal over here. Where is my journal? Guys, I just need to figure out where I saved my journal. For some reason I can't find my journal. Okay, I'll go look for it in my next break. But it's a bit frustrating. I closed it and now I thought I saved it. Easy, favorited it, but looks like I didn't favorite it. Okay, that's weird. Let me look here. Oh, there we go. I found it. I found it. Put it in here. There we go. Okay, so 99% of all the trades that you see here since the 1st of July has been shared inside of the community. And every trade that I take either here on YouTube or that I share inside of the community, I put it in here. Okay, the losses, the wins, everything goes into this little journal, and I've kept it simple. I have hidden some fields from a psychology perspective just to keep it simple, so I don't, have so much information on this journal. So last trade I took was on the 25th of August, where I took a loss, and then also on the 25th of August, that was that nice little long to the upside. Okay, keeping the wins big, keeping the losses small. And these are basically all the trades that I've either taken inside of YouTube live or shared inside of the community, whether the ones that's broken even, the ones that I won, and the ones that I've lost. Okay, and the name of the game for me is keeping the wins big. Okay, there's the long still running, and there's the short running at the moment. So you can see 4557. 4557. So profits has been included so far because that's the realized, can you guys see that, realized P&L, and that's the realized P&L for the long that I'm in at the moment. For this account, I am only going to look for a new trade once either the long is closed with profits here to the upside, or the short gets stopped out. Then I'll look for a new short on this account. Okay, but guys, all of these trades were shared inside of the community. How I took it, why I took it, how I covered my fees, my stop losses, turning them into free trades. Some of them, you know, it's just, it is what it is. There will be losses along the way. If you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access to my Telegram. It's the first link down here. Send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. And okay, let's go through some comments. I did make my smoothie, and maybe a little bit later I will share, because I have received some questions from people, because I call this my trader smoothie. Okay, I will share with some people what I put in here. There's a lot of things that go in here, but it is delicious, I must say. Or maybe it's an acquired taste. And I have that every day. Or I have this smoothie every day. Deal, can you look at the top of 2021 bull market? Also the same triple top with higher highs on the daily before crash. I'll go and check that out. Mark, welcome to the live stream. That dragon just moved. Or is it the Hanneken? He does move. He's not finished yet. Okay, it is my little mascot. I saw someone asking. But he's still being brought to life. That was just a little teaser that I put there on the screen. Okay, just to say that I'm taking a little bit of a break. But you will be my little mascot that's going to join me on all my future live streams and video updates going forward. But he's not done yet. I still need to... There's still a lot of work that needs to go in there to make him alive. Okay. Devil, do we have a 5-wave move down from 80.5? From 80.5. This move? Yes, we do. I'm going to talk about the bearish case scenario in a moment. Okay, because it's not just bullish. I know there's a lot of people that want price to continue to the upside, and but it might not. Okay, because there is a bearish case scenario, and there's an insane bearish case scenario, and then there's a little bearish case scenario where the high gets swept again. Okay, check CVD. I'll check it now. CVD looks interesting for a bounce here. I did see the bullish CVD. I did see the bullish CVD. Okay, let's go here to the 5-minute time frame. 3 out of 5 confirmations. There's a chance. Okay, as long as that low does not get claimed, there's a chance for nested 1-2s. Like I said, guys, there's a chance for this. Okay, definitely a chance for this. As long as that low does not get claimed. Nested 1-2s. So based on bullish CVD, this is a scenario that could unfold. Okay, you do have, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This structure can be counted as a corrective structure. And now this could be the end, and this is the start of continued momentum here to the upside, where I will label this a wave 1, a 2, a 3, and I would still want to see a 4 and a 5 to sweep that high again. But I will definitely be looking for shorts, because I don't know if that is going to happen. I don't know. So I will definitely be looking for shorts, taking profits to the downside like I did with this trade. Okay. Took the short, took profits to the downside, because I know that price can sweep that high again. And if it doesn't, I'm going to take profits to the downside, and it will be a nice little juicy trade. Because you know how the bull market ended. It ended in a 3-wave structure. Okay. The bull market ended, yeah. It didn't do that. I was waiting for that. Didn't do it. Okay, so yes, based on bullish CVD, this is a scenario that could play out. Okay, I cannot tell anyone what they need to do over here. Okay, because I'm not a financial advisor. You manage your positions, you manage your risk, follow your plan. I always tell that to the community as well. Follow your plan. If you're waiting for me to tell you that I've entered a trade, you are not following your plan. Okay, because I saw yesterday the community members took a lot of trades inside of this zone successfully in the money shots. People traded this very successfully. I stayed out of the market yesterday. I didn't want to trade it, but I saw a community members traded this very successfully because they followed their trading plans, their strategies, and that's perfectly fine. It doesn't mean that I don't want to trade it. You can't based on your trading plan. Okay, so most bullish case scenario, you have it, guys. Most bullish case scenario, let me put this in here as well. Let's make it crazy bullish, okay? That's the most bullish case scenario, is that price continues to the upside. Okay, let me throw that in the folder as well. Okay, so we know about the bullish case scenario, in which case I will make more profits from the long that I'm in here at the moment. And I think if this had to play out, I'm going to take a big chunk. If price does follow this plan, this route, okay, when price gets here, I think what I'm going to do is I'm most probably going to close this long position and look for fresh longs, because there's not much left from this position. Okay, so if this had to play out, I'm most probably just going to close that long and say, okay, it's been a good ride. Okay, it's time to close you, because I don't like to get married to positions, because I can spot a new fresh long opportunity and then I can, you know, have a bigger position running for juicier profits back to the upside. Right, so there is the most bullish case scenario. Now we need, because a good technical analyst will always have a bullish and a bearish case scenario, because a question on my mind is always, what if that doesn't happen? What if price falls down? Devil didn't see it happening. Okay, so I need to talk about the bearish case scenario. Obviously the most bearish case scenario, and I need to zoom out for this little bad boy. The most bearish case scenario, just to show you what could happen, is price has formed a 1, a 2, 3, 4, 5. And I can see a 5-wave structure there to the downside. This is a 3-wave corrective structure and price falls. Looks like it wants to recover, it falls. Makes a 3-wave corrective structure and it keeps on falling. And it keeps on falling. And everyone's like, oh shit, the bull market is not back. Okay, because this is a 3-wave structure, which means it does unfortunately still have the highest probability to take out the lows of this structure. I mean, the bigger, this is what I mean, guys. This is a 3-wave structure. Okay. So most bearish case scenario is this. And now I will show you here on the smaller time frame, well, what could play out. Okay, because there is another scenario where price does this, sweeps the low, and it moves back up. There is that scenario as well. Okay, so let me just quickly run through that variation. So this is one where price basically just forms a larger 3-wave structure, A, B, C. Okay, maybe that becomes a wave A, it goes back up for another B, and it goes back down for another C to complete this forward. But you want to see a 3-wave structure. I don't know how it's going to unfold, but there's still a chance for price to take the low, you know, and continue back up and take the high. So that short that I'm in at the moment, I am going to take profits from that short once price takes that low. At the moment, I'm not interested to take any more profits from that short because I'm leaving it as a swing position. I want price to at least claim this low. Then I'm going to take more profits from that short. If price doesn't claim the low and it continues in the most bullish case scenario, I'll look for a new short. And I'm happy to leave some money on the table. Okay, so variation 1, variation 2. But can you see, guys, look at how similar. Variation 1, variation 2. Can you guys see the similarities? Different counts, same directional bias. Okay, so if I leave them both here on the screen, if this is a, B, C forming to the downside, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to complete the C wave, I'm still expecting price to move up and take the high. If this is number 3 over here and price forms a larger 4, I'm still expecting price to move up and take the highs. Okay. most bearish case scenario is it doesn't move up and it just continues down. That is why I'm positioned in that short. So it's just about trade management. I will take profits from my short if price gets here. That's what I'm trying to say. I will be looking for longs here. If I'm wrong, well, I make more money from the short. Okay, and hopefully I get stopped out of with profits from any long attempt that I do consider in this zone. Okay, we do have some levels of support to the downside. Okay, there's lots of levels of support here to the downside. The closest area of support here to the downside, well, is the 8-hour order block. Okay, and it got tapped yesterday. So if price does come here, okay, I can see a 2-hour order block. Price sweeps the liquidity below the lows and it moves back up. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I know that when price gets there, I can analyze how price got there. How did price get here? And based on how price gets here, 2-hour order block, what else do we have there? Daily level did nothing today. There's no weekly levels. There's no point of controls. The only point of control I have is at $71,000. Okay, but I will keep the community up to date. Nested 1-2s, I'll look for a short, keep the community up to date. You can see there's still a lot of levels there to the upside. Okay, lots of support to the downside. Basically, when I see this mess, when I see support, naked point of I don't know why I call it point of control. That should be a naked point of control. Let me rename that. That's a naked point of control. Okay, but when I see this mess or all of these levels, I get excited because all of this, guys, all of this green, the support here to the downside, and all of the levels here to the upside provides opportunities for me to trade. So depending on where price goes, I can make a trading decision and I'll update the community. Okay. Right, if you want to be part of the community, first link down in the description, you can send me the word access and I'll send you the instructions on how you can be part of the community. So these are the bearish case scenarios. So let me clean up the kitchen again and I will go through some comments. Because I'm going to be here for a while, so I'm going to go through comments, answer questions, because I can't just speak about the same scenario over and over and over again. So, okay, so back onto the 15-minute time frame. Let's just bring this into play over here. Is it this one? This is one scenario. Okay, you're on the smaller time frames, because now that I've painted out the picture on the larger time frame, you can see how these scenarios fit into the larger time frame. Okay, you have a 3-wave structure in an A. You can count this as an ABC to the upside to form your wave B. It did meet flat requirements. It didn't tap the 1.618. And now this could be the first leg inside of the C wave. A C wave has to be a 5-wave impulse or a 5-wave structure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1.618 to our order block becomes interesting for me to look for longs. I can use these lines as swing failure lines. Great, and this is how I plan to get into this long, because I think this will be a nice little long, because after a 3-wave corrective structure, price can move up and take the high. So that's a decent risk to reward trade that I'm looking for. So can you guys see I'm not just looking for shorts. Depending on how the structure unfolds, I will jump into a long. Okay, I can actually take that one out. Price didn't get to this little order block yet. Well, not an order block, resistance. So that is one scenario. I just want to take this line out. It looks a bit messy. Let me just do that. Looks better. There we go. Right. Now, there's a cheeky scenario, okay, a WXY, a very cheeky scenario that I have shared with the community yesterday, is to say that, well, you know, I'm really looking for this low to get claimed. What if it doesn't get claimed? Then I have to consider a scenario like this, and it's a little cheeky scenario. Okay, a WXY. You have a three-wave structure in a W, not a A. You still have your ABC and your X, but this Y is a naughty little boy. Okay, is a very naughty little Y over there, because price could form the A, the three-wave B, C, find support in the 8-hour order block, okay, 1-to-1 extension, and it bounces and it continues. And then all of this was part of a corrective structure, and then the impulse starts to the upside. So it's still interesting for me to look for longs if price sweeps these lows, because this will be a cheeky scenario. But in a WXY, the Y can extend. This is why I have this arrow. This Y can extend, and it looks like an ABC to the downside, but it's the same directional bias. Okay, so it would be silly of me not to look for longs over here, 1-to-1 extension. But based on the biggest areas of support, I want the bounce to happen here or there. I don't really want to trade anything in between. Okay. And this is why I put Y over here, to say that, well, based on this scenario, 3-wave W, 3-wave X, 3-wave Y, I don't know if Y is going to end here or if Y is going to end there. I don't know. This one is interesting because it will also mimic the ABC corrective structure. ABC mimics the ABC structure. The only difference is this is going to be a 3-wave structure. And some technical analysts are going to wait for 4 and 5, which never comes. And this is why I will attempt a long even if I see a 3-wave structure to the downside, because that might not happen based on this scenario. Same areas. The only difference is this one can be cheeky. Okay, Y does not have to take the low of W. This is why WXY corrective structures are so complex. They are very sneaky, and they have different rules. Y doesn't even have to take the low of W. Where did I put all that scribble? There we go. Okay, and that's basically the bearish case scenarios, guys, is that in a nutshell, I can see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this is what I ended the live stream off yesterday as well. This can be an A, a B. If this is a C to the upside, but it's been invalidated. Okay, I wanted to say, well, you know, C still needs one more high, but now the 618 got claimed. Not great. Okay, I wanted to see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then price fell down and it claimed the 1.618, invalidating an impulse. So the only other count that I can come up with that is still bearish is to say that, well, maybe it's not an ABC, maybe it's a WXY then, because that then makes sense. Okay, ABC and a W, complex corrective structure and a X, and a ABC to complete the Y wave. But then that high should not be claimed. That local high that got made over there should not be claimed. Okay, so this is now the conundrum. Okay, let me clean this up and put on that most bullish case scenario. This is now the conundrum. Most bullish case scenario is that this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Invalidation is price taking that low. That low. At $78,566. Most bearish case scenario is impulse down, 3-wave correction up, down. So you can see it's critical decision moment over here. Critical decision moment. What's it going to be? Is it down or is it up? So you decide how you want to trade this, if you do want to trade this, or you're just going to sit in your hands and wait for the structure to give you more information before you make a trading decision. That's what I sometimes like to do, guys, is that I can see both scenarios and then I'll be like, I'm going to wait. I want more information. Or you could say that, well, I'm going to trade this. Excuse me. I always like to open up a fun little trade during these long live streams. And now I'm trying to think to myself, well, which one am I going to bank on? Which one of those two scenarios carries the highest probability? And it's not an easy one, guys. Okay, so if I had to, if someone puts a gun to my head and says, you have to open up a trade right now, which one am I going to take? That is now the question. So what I want to do is I want to just open up one of my exchanges. Because during these long live streams, I like to open up a trade, a fun trade to run in the background. Okay, and it's either going to be a loss or it's going to be a nice little win. We'll see. But I like to open up just a fun trade in the background. Yeah, where price is at the moment, disclaimer, I have to say, disclaimer, it's not a high probability trade for me. So it really is just, you know, if someone puts a gun to my head, which trade will you take? Price is not at a zone where I want to enter a high probability trade. The last time I did this, it played out very nicely. Okay. I just want to, sorry guys, just give me a moment. I just want to sign in here into my 2-bit exchange. Oh man, now it wants verification. Sorry guys. I'm almost in. I'm almost in. I am almost in. I'm just getting the verification codes. Because I don't just have 2-factor authentication on my accounts. I sometimes feels like I have 20-factor authentication. Okay, I'm in. There we go. Okay, I'm in. Right. Maybe I should run a poll. Maybe I should run a poll, and depending on what you say, I will enter that trade as a fun trade. Maybe I should do that. Maybe that's a better idea. Okay, so let me start a poll over here. Should start poll. Should I long? Should I what? Okay, wait. What? Long, short. Let's start this poll. There we go. I think this will also give me an indication of whether people are feeling bullish or bearish. Because obviously if most people are feeling bullish, they will say enter a long. If most people are feeling bearish, they will tell me to enter a short. So let's see how this plays out. Join the amazing Mind Pillar community. Yes, Mr. Mark, welcome to the live stream. I think I did welcome you already, but always great to see you popping in. I really appreciate it. Deal, you also have a community for kitchens cleaning. I need some advice. On 4 hours there's a huge weak rejection. Pretty sure it's gonna roll down, at least take 77,600 on the 4 hour. Yeah, that's a nice little rejection. But these wicks often get filled at least 50%. These wicks get filled. You can see when the 4-hour time frame had this wick, it got filled. Not all of it. I'm saying there's always a high chance to fill a portion of that wick. So I wouldn't be surprised if price does, from a bearish case perspective, that, and before it falls down, it just fills a portion of the wick. It doesn't have to, but it looks like a rejection wick there at the moment. What is a... No, man, you guys are naughty. Now you're telling me 50-50. 50-50 here on the poll results. Okay, so if I had to consider some things to help me to make a decision, I'll be like, okay, let me look at CVD. CVD looks... CVD looks very bullish, increasing the probability to take the high. The movement, technically from a structural perspective, I need to go back here onto the 15-minute time frame. This is a 3-wave move at the moment. So from a structural perspective, this is a 3-wave move for the moment, which does have an increased probability to take the low, regardless of the bullish CVD. But maybe, just maybe, based on the bullish CVD, this is forming a 1-2, 1-2, and it's going to rock and roll here to the upside. I must say, what is most common to see about nested 1-2s is that you really want the second 1-2 to be smaller than the first 1-2. It's ideally what you would like to see. It's not an invalidation. And you can see that the second 1-2 is 23% longer than the first 1-2. Okay, you guys are not helping with the comments, okay? It's still 50-50. Let's just choose one here to see the results. Okay, 55 are saying short. 55% of people are saying I need to short. So what I will do is, based on this scenario that I've shared, okay, so everyone is basically banking on this scenario. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. WXY, which means that that high should not be claimed again. Okay, I also want to just see from a FIP retracement perspective, where did it reject? 786, beautiful rejection at the 786. Okay, so this is then basically the trading setup. If I can catch it a little bit higher, I mean, that would be fantastic. Okay, so let's plan this trade. It's a little bit of a low entry, but I know exactly where my stop needs to go. Okay, it's a 1.297% stop loss, and we are targeting the lows. Okay, I want to make the risk to reward worth it. So I'm going to make it minimum risk to reward, just to fulfill my minimum requirement. So basically for this trade, I want this low to be claimed to make the trade worth it. Obviously, the higher I can get into this trade, the better. I mean, that's the name of the game. How high can I get it? Yeah. Okay. How close can it get to my invalidation so that I have a teeny tiny little stop loss? Obviously, the lower price is over here, the less capital I will use. Okay. Because the rule that I use when I trade is, regardless of where I enter, I need to lose the same amount from a percentage perspective. So the bigger the stop loss, the less capital I use for the trade. The smaller the stop loss, the more aggressive I can be with capital. And this is why I love swing failure patterns, because they give me small stop losses, which means I can be a little bit more aggressive with my entry or the position size. Okay, so what I might do, guys, the last time the 1 minute time frame really effed me around. One, 2, 3, 4. Just want to see something here. I can actually see an impulse here to the downside. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can see an impulsive structure here to the downside. Highest amount of volume in wave 3, lower amount of volume in wave 5. You can see volume decreasing. Okay, so this could now be a corrective structure back to the upside. Either rejects there or there. Those are the two zones. So if it gets here, I will open up the position. I want it to take the high of 4. That's where I will open up the position. And then if it goes higher, I will add here a little bit to that position. My stop stays above the high. I will manage my risk like a pro. Okay, I can see a 5-wave move to the downside, which means that there's an increased probability that price could form a lower high and to the downside. So the votes are in. Let me see. Yeah, more of you, barely more of you want me to enter a short. Okay, so I'm just now planning the trade. Okay, so I'm not just gonna enter here, guys. You know, I want to enter at least with a decent plan that I want to execute. So if I had to enter this trade, I want the best entry possible. Remember, risk management for me is absolutely critical because I'm very aware of the bullish case scenario where price shoots up in that nested 1-2s. Okay, so this is my plan. I will open up my position there and I will add to the position over there if it gets there. That's my plan. Stop remains above the high, and yeah, but I need the retracement for me to make to enter this trade. So let's see. Will price get there? Ten-minute order block. Yeah, that is a 10-minute order block. I see it. There's also a 10-minute order block. Now I can, guys, now I can take it a step further. Okay, it's fun sometimes to trade here on the smaller time frames because things happen so quickly. Okay, I mean on the daily time frame, you're gonna wait forever. Okay, you're gonna wait a month before you take a trade. But here on the 5-minute, 1-minute, 3-minute time frame, things happen quickly. So that is a good zone. This is a good zone. Let me take that out. That little long 10-minute order block is a good zone to add for me to consider opening up the position, because what I want to see from a timing, now I bring time into the equation as well. From a timing perspective, if price moves up to my first green box, before it claims the 0.382, I'm not opening up the trade. Okay, guys, I'm going to follow my rules here. I want to do this short the best way that I possibly can. Because this is typically things that I look for on the higher time frames. There is a lot of noise on the smaller time frames. I'm aware of that, but I'm simply just going to follow my rules. If price pushes up here into this first green box, I am not opening up the position if it does it before it taps the 0.382. If price does this, okay, I will move my green box and I will open up the position there. And if it gets there, I will add to the position. So I have my plan. That is basically my trading plan here on the 3-minute time frame. So I will keep the time fib here. I will keep both boxes here. From a price action perspective, you can see the consolidation area. Do you see the consolidation area that can provide resistance? Okay, you have a 10-minute order block over there. We also have that little consolidation area at the 786. So the plan for me is the higher I can get in, the better. But my plan is also that if price does this, it might not get here. If price does this, there's a high chance it's gonna get there. So luckily, things play out quickly on the 3-minute, 1-minute time frame. So here's the fun trade. You know, guys, I don't just want to blindly just open up a trade for the sake of a fun trade. I also want to at least just put some planning into this trade. Okay, so here's my plan, which I've now just shared. If price falls down, no trade. Simple as that. Okay. But if price does this, I will still attempt to trade because it can be an A, B, C, W, X, Y, don't care, 3-wave structure. It could be a flat corrective structure. I will enter. If it gets here, I will add to the position. If it doesn't get here, no adding. Okay, so at least just want to put some planning into this short. If you guys voted for me to enter the long, you would have seen a different plan. Okay, the plan now is to short. Right, and that is my plan. And I will do it according to my plan. And if my plan does not play out, there's no short. And this is typically how I trade. I have a plan, and if the plan does not come into fruition, I don't take the trade. What I could do is just maybe make these boxes a little bit lighter. Okay, let's make them 45. So I can see price action a little bit better when it goes through those boxes. And then what I did you guys know, if you did not know, I'm sure a lot of you do know, but if you did not know, did you know that you can put alarms on specific Fibonacci levels? So for example, I can click on the 0.382 and I can select alarm, and it will put an alarm on that level. Did I click on the wrong one? This one. And for some reason it only wants to do it at the 0.5. Oh, then I can select. I want an alarm on the 0.382 and I create. And as soon as the 0.382 gets hit, I get alerted. I can do the same thing with the 0.618. And now I can say, okay, but I also want an alarm on the 0.618. And I save. I'm just not sure if it changes the alarm or if it saves both of them. But the first one I want to make sure that I get is the 0.382. Save. Okay, so as soon as price claims the 0.382, I will get alerted. So if I'm not in front of the chart, maybe I go and do something else, then I can come and pay attention. Because remember guys, I usually trade, my minimum time frame that I trade is the 15-minute time frame. Things takes much longer to play out on the 15-minute time frame. Okay. And so while we wait for this, let me go through some more comments. And also remember, legends, when I'm not on YouTube, I'm inside of the community. Okay. And I share my plans very, very often. Technical analysis, Andy, technical analysis. We have Dylan, we have Joan, great Elliott Wave, Elliottician, as they like to call themselves. If you want to be part of our community, send me the word access to my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Okay. So that is basically the plan, ladies and gentlemen. Already put in a short-term long. Stop already protected. You know, BTC boss now, that is what I love. Okay, I don't care whether people enter longs or shorts. When I read that, stop already protected. Like, it doesn't matter if you're wrong or right, okay? Worst case scenario is you get stopped out, you lose nothing. Best case scenario is price moves and you make money. Okay, I guess if I play this break of trend on the 3 minute, you should be aggressive typing BC5 impulse down. Golden pocket looks very interesting. What can you read from volume on this wave? So what I can read from volume on this wave is, if I think it was it the 1 minute time frame? Yeah, 1 minute time frame actually shows it better. So if, okay guys, there's a lot of noise on the smaller time frames. I'm just doing this for fun. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fourth wave did not claim the 0.618. When I take the fib from number 2 to number 3, 0.618 was not claimed, so it's a valid fourth wave. That's something that I typically look for. Okay. And what I see from a volume perspective, in Elliott wave theory, they will teach you that most often, because nothing's ever guaranteed, but what I see most often is that your third wave carries the highest amount of volume, which it does. And your fifth wave carries lower volume. So it takes the low of 3 with lower volume. So structurally, this looks great. It looks like a nice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Volume makes sense. The count makes sense. Fourth wave did not claim the 0.618 when I take a fib from number 2 to number 3. So it looks cool. It looks great. Okay. This looks very corrective. I must say, this structure, okay, and this is something that I like to look at on the larger time frames as well. When price falls and it bounces, what is that? That gives me a clue. What is it? Can the low be in because of that? And I can tell you now, from what I'm seeing now, not a high chance that that low is in, which means that this is most probably part of a corrective structure forming. So this could be an A, B, C. It forms a 3 wave to the upside, and it rejects and it takes the low. Or it forms an A, B, C without taking the low, but it's not a great way to start an impulse or a reversal back to the upside. Okay guys, I have to always just throw that disclaimer out there. There's a lot of noise on the smaller time frames. I am taking this trade for fun. You voted. I'm taking the trade, but I am executing a plan. Okay? I am not a financial advisor. You do you at the end of the day. I'm just trading this the way that I want to trade this, from an education and entertainment perspective. But typically, this is how I would enter a trade. I have a plan and I wait. If price falls, so my plan is, if price does that, I will open up my position. But it needs to do that after the 0.382. If price shoots up here, I'm not opening up the position yet. I need price to be after my minimum requirement. Okay. If price falls, no trade. It's as simple as that. If it just continues to fall from here, then I'm happy to say no trade. Okay. If price does this, well, then I'm going to open up the trade with my stop above the high, targeting the low of this structure. This will be my target. This is basically my plan. This is my plan. But I want to get the entry there. It would be great to get the entry there. It makes the risk reward a little bit more juicier. Okay. And then once I do enter the trade, I will, because I'm going to be here for a while still. Okay. Once I do enter this trade, I'm going to show you how I manage the trade. Because often what I like to do, and it's just my style of trading, often what I like to do is I don't wait for that. I already start taking profits to the downside, protect position, cover fees. You know the deal. Okay. 2bit does have a trading competition running at the moment. So if you are trading on 2bit, they do have a competition running. Remember, guys, there's a lot of exchanges. You're spoiled for choice. Okay, there's Bluffin, there's 2bit, there's Kraken. Kraken has a competition running now at the moment. Kraken has a trading competition where you can scoop up some winning prizes if you join our team. There's the link to join our team. There's still 23 days left. If you want to sign up to Kraken, it is a MiCA compliant exchange. There's the link. Okay. And then also remember, if you are trading at the moment on an exchange and it's not one of these links, you're potentially paying trading fees for your trades that just goes to the exchange. If you trade with the links down in the description, your trading fees goes towards unlocking the community. It can unlock the community for you and the trading tools that I use to trade with. CVD, market calendar, economic calendar, fear and greed, footprint, which is amazing, by the way. And there's still a lot of enhancements. Okay, I can take you guys through some of the cool features that has been deployed this week into the trading tools. So if you hold $500 in your trading account and you trade like you usually do, your trading fees that you would have paid anyways goes towards this. How awesome is that? At least you can get your trading fees to do something for you. How, you know, and I don't know, guys, for me it's a no-brainer, right? You're going to pay the trading fee anyways. So if you trade like you usually do, why not get more for your, why not let your trading fees at least give you something in return? Okay, so basically just waiting for this trade. Or for the plan. Guys, I'm waiting for the plan. Okay. And it would be pretty awesome if this plan actually plays out to perfection. I actually do like this plan, I must say, because I like the 5-wave move here to the downside. Yes, there's always a way in which you can count it differently. Let me see. Bullish case scenario. Okay. Bullish case scenario. What if, you know, the nested 1-2s? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I do see a 5-wave move here to the upside. What if this is corrective? Okay, can I count a corrective structure? And I can almost tell you now the answer will be yes, because there's always a bullish and a bearish case scenario. Okay. Yeah, I can already see something here. Okay. A, B, C, W, X, and then A, B, C, Y. So you can count a corrective structure. But then that low should not be claimed unless this forms a wave A. This is a, I would like B. It forms a B and it goes down in a C. Should not take that low. Where's that low? Just want to make sure that I have that low here loaded quick. Yeah, it's going to get very close. It's going to get very, very close to the low. If this is the first move of a bigger corrective structure for this impulse, this low is very close. Okay, so if this forms a larger 3-wave structure, it doesn't give it it's not enough breathing room here. Okay, but it can do it. The invalidation is the low, so price can still form an A, a B, and a C here to the downside. Not take the low and move back up. So now you guys can see what goes through my mind when I'm planning a trade. I always look at all the scenarios, but I still have to make the trading decision. Okay, this is the plan. And I'm for this trade, I'm going to follow this plan. Right, legends, I just need to take a quick break again. I need to go say hi to my daughter. She just came back from school, and then I will be back before 5 minutes. Okay, just need to take a quick little break, and let's see how this unfolds. Because what now could happen here is, let's say this happens. That's going to be nice. Okay, doesn't even have to take the low, but I mean, you guys get the point. I want to see a 3-wave structure up. Okay, remember to smash up that like button. I will leave this here on the screen. I will put the comments on so you guys can see. I'm sure you guys can check inside of the comment section on YouTube. Mr. Matt, Crypto by Mattia, welcome to the live stream, man. We're doing some trading. Okay, the community has voted. I need to enter short, so I'm just showing everyone that I'm doing it with a plan. I'm not just shorting. I want price to get to my specific areas of interest before I will entertain the short. If you guys voted for a long, I would have shown you how I get into the long. Okay, but you guys voted, you want me to take the short, and now I'm showing you this is how I will take the short. And if price does not get there, I'm not taking the short. Okay, guys, almost 500 people watching and 200 likes. Are you joking? Well, the like button is obviously way more bearish than the price of Bitcoin. Right. And guys, I'm just going to take a quick break. I will be less than 5 minutes. You might see the 5-minute counter come up, but I will be less than 5 minutes. I will see everyone in a moment. I do have my alarm set. If my alarm does go off, I will be back. Okay, I will run to my desk. But I just need to take a quick break Let me do this. I'm going to give you guys some music to listen to, and I'll see you in less than 5 minutes.
Cold winds blowing through the night, searching for a guiding light. Everyone keeps running fast, only patience ever lasts. Brick by brick we build the dream. Nothing's ever what it seems. Every fall, every climb makes us stronger all the time. Trust the road, hold the flame. Nothing great was built in shame. We were built for the storm, never breaking, never torn, standing tall against the rain. Every loss becomes our gain. Built for the storm, built to rise, looking through tomorrow's eyes. Bitcoin beats inside our soul. Patience makes the broken whole. When the headlines scream in fear, that's the moment pioneers appear. Silent hearts refuse to bend, knowing how the story ends. Every candle, every way only teaches how to stay. Strongest trees grow slow, roots go deeper, far below. Time becomes our greatest friend. This is only the beginning.
All right. Mark. Mark. Right. Naughty, naughty Mark. Show us the long two, please. Okay, so for a long, yeah, maybe I should do that. For the most bullish case scenario, if price is going to continue here to the upside. Okay, so let me throw this all in a folder so we have it, or I have it. Let's call this the short. This is the short, and I'm going to put all of this in the folder. Throw it in. Come on, you can do it. I'm just going to want me to do it one by one. Okay, so that is the short plan. Now, let's do a long plan. For those of you that want to long, okay, here we go. And I'm now betting on the nested 1-2s. Right? This one. Not that one. Where did I save you? This one. Okay. So if price, because I know there's a lot of people that's extremely bullish at the moment and that's calling me batshit crazy for shorting. Well, there's the most insane bullish case scenario here to the upside. This scenario has a clear invalidation. Okay, so let's plan this trade. For those of you that want to take the long, well, guys, I cannot tell you to take the long. If I had to take this long, let me rephrase. If I had to take this long, this is how I would plan it. So first thing that I always like to do is put on my long tool. Okay, because this is how I plan my trades. Okay, I'm targeting the highs of the structure, at least at a bare minimum. I'm targeting the highs of the structure. It could punch here to the upside, and my stop has to go below. I can play it safe. I can just say I take it at the lowest point of the structure. So let's say that is the invalidation. Okay, invalidation for this trade. Let me just take that point of control out the way. $78,000, 511. Okay, price is there at the moment. So the risk to reward still makes sense. Even if I just target the highs. Okay, so that's great. Risk to reward makes sense. Even if I enter now, the risk to reward makes sense. Obviously, the lower I can catch it, the better. Okay. Now, price has... I'm now looking at the structure from a bullish perspective because I want to take the long. Price has broken the trend. Okay, so it looks like it wants to continue here to the upside. Right. If I took that long, my stop would have been below the low. Not a bad trade, by the way. Anyways. Guys, remember, I'm now betting on the nested 1-2s because this structure can still morph into many things. Okay. Like I said, guys, low probable scenario is that price does this and then it moves up. I don't know what price is going to do, but I have to have a plan for something. Most bullish case scenario is that price continues up, okay, and does not take that low. So I'm now building the plan for the most bullish case scenario. I am willing to get stopped out of this trade, so I need to manage my position size. Okay, so what I could also do, let's go to the 3-minute time frame. There's a couple of ways in which I can enter this trade. I can either just enter right over here because I know where my invalidation is. I like to answer 3 questions. Why am I entering the trade? Okay, the reason why over here would be based on Elliott wave theory, based on the most bullish case scenario. That's basically the reason. Okay, based on bullish CVD. Based on bullish CVD. So there's a chance for reversal. Okay, those are my whys. Why am I entering this trade? Elliott wave scenario, nested 1-2s, There's a chance to take the highs, bullish CVD building up between these pivots. Clear invalidation. So the first W is why. The second W is where is my risk management. My risk management is below the low. Third W is where do I plan to take profits at the high of the structure. And then it's just about trade management. How do I take profits to the upside? Leave a runner, whatever the case might be. Okay. And the long trade is actually very simple. It's a little bit more simpler than the short trade. What I could also do is to say that, well, I'm only going to enter this long once it breaks this trend. Maybe I can have that trend over there. Can I have a little bit of a steeper one? It just doesn't look sexy. Okay, it's already, I don't like that one. So I could say I can have two decisions. I could either enter here to have a better risk to reward, or I could wait for the break, which means I'm going to have a higher entry, which means I have to use a slightly less capital depending on how much I want to lose for this trade. So I would say that is basically how I would plan this long. It's a little bit simpler than the short. Okay, there's the long plan. For those of you that wanted to know what the long plan is, that's the long. Let me put that in there, and the long is basically built around the scenario. So you can see that although the target is the high, okay, but you voted that I take the short. Let me see the poll results quick. Yeah, you guys want me to take the short. Right, is there a chance for 86, 82, 88, 74? Whew. Very specific numbers in that order. First to 86, then 82, then 88, then 74. Well, who knows? Who knows what price is going to do? Okay. If you didn't join, if you only joined the live stream now, I did go through the larger time frame in the beginning of the live stream where I discussed the 4-hour time frame. Okay, what could unfold. I'm not sure if it's going to happen in that exact order. It's going to take me a while to go and draw that out. If you are inside, because guys, there's a lot of people in the community. If you are inside of the community, you can do it. You can chart it out for me and I can have a look at it. Just let me know. Go check out the, I have the Telegram community open over here. It's easier for me to look at a chart than to try and figure it out from text. Okay, there's the long plan based on this. Guys, I just have to say, this is the long plan based on the nested 1-2s. Okay, price can do whatever it wants, but if I have to now trade a short and a long, this is how I would trade it. Okay, and price is not in my short zone yet. For me to take a short, it's not there. Okay. Devil, what about second one? It's bigger than the first one. Yes, I did discuss that. It's not ideal, but it's not an invalidation. The second wave one is 23% longer than wave one, the first one, but it's not an invalidation. For the moment, okay, it's a 3-wave to the upside. For the moment, this is a 3-wave structure. And because for the moment it's a 3-wave structure, it does have an increased probability to take the high. And this is, I think, why a lot of people voted for me to take the short. Okay, I can see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the downside. This could be a 3-wave structure and price falls down. So the short does make sense. Most bullish case scenario is it doesn't. it just continues up because there isn't. Can you guys see? It's like you have to make a decision. What are you going to do? Do you take both? Do you hedge? Because you know exactly where the invalidations are for each scenario. I mean, I can't make that decision. Okay, I prefer to take one trade in one direction. When I hedge, I like to hedge top of structures and bottom of structures. I don't like to hedge there, speculating on something. Okay, that's not my style of trading. I don't like to enter a trade there with a stop there and a stop there and hoping that one will play out. Because often what happens is price does this, it stops you out of both. And then it continues in a specific direction. So I don't like to hedge like that. It's just my preference. Perhaps you have a better hedging strategy. But I have shared now. Okay, this is, if I had to take a long, this is the one that I would take. And if I had to take a short, this is the one that I would take. Okay, but the short is not in my area of interest yet. It's just scraping the bottom of the barrel over here. So for the short, that's where I would enter. Because price is now already after the 0.382. So if price now comes to my first green box, I will open up the short. So I can actually now remove the time fib. I don't need the time fib now anymore. Okay, so hopefully there's now a plan for the bulls and the bears. If you're feeling bearish, well, there's a plan. If you're feeling bullish, well, there's a plan. And that's typically how I create a trading plan. And because I have this plan that could take a while to play out, I can actually limit execute this order. I can actually limit trade this because there's no SFPs or anything that I have to play here. I know exactly how I want to trade this. Okay. So how I want to trade it is I want to open up a position here, and if price gets here, I want to add to my position. So I could have a limit order with my stop, most importantly above the high. Okay, so let me do that quick. I'm going to go limit order this trade. Since you guys have voted for me to take the short, let me limit order that trade. It's just going to be easier, guys, because maybe I'm talking about something else and then I missed the whole thing. Okay. So I will show you guys when I'm done. Okay, I'm going to show you guys when I'm done with this. Maybe I can do it. Yeah. Maybe I can do this. Just take that out the way. Let me see if I can do this. Let's do this. Okay. So I am going to limit order this trade at 79.6. Let's do it 56 will be my first limit order. I'm going to deploy 5% over there and I'm going to create a sell. Okay, then I'm going to do another one at, let's call it 80 exactly. I think that's a nice little psychological number. $80,000. There we go. And I'm going to deploy another 5%, or maybe I like to get a little bit more aggressive the higher price gets, so it drags my entry up. So I'm going to put 7% over there, and I'm going to sell short that limit order over there. So that trade is now limit executed, and then I want to add a stop loss. Okay, so I'm going to drag that TP, sorry, not that one, that stop loss above the high. Okay, and now I wait. The trade has now been Limit ordered. Okay. So I can take this out the way. Sorry guys, I need to just do something here. Can we do that? And now we wait. Okay, so now if I'm talking about something else, at least I'm not going to miss this trade. I have a clear invalidation. Limit order will kick in. Ka-ching. Limit order will kick in. Ka-ching. If price moves against me, I will ka-ching be stopped out. Okay. If I do get stopped out, or if I do win the trade, that will obviously be added to the trading journal. Okay. I need to put a comment section here to say fun trade. The community forced me to take this. It's them that caused me to lose this trade. Right. Oh, did my comments disappear now because I closed it? There we go. Let's just pop this out again. Here we go. Right, big boys dump coming in 1 hour 20 minutes. Is there high impact news? Let me check that out. High impact news. Yeah. Hour and 20 minutes. You mean this? Oh, this. No, wait. This. Guys, am I smoking my socks? The 27th, there's nothing. There's no high impact news today. Today's the 27th. There's high impact news tomorrow, and there was high impact news yesterday. There's no high impact news today. I am the news. Trust me, bro. Love that. Love that. Also, someone asked, can you join my Discord community? I do not have a Discord community. I have a Telegram community. It's easier for me inside of Telegram. It's more. It has a lot more benefits for me to have the community inside of Telegram than in Discord. Okay. It's also a lot more mobile. And but yes, if you do want, I do have a community, myself and Andy, because myself and Andy are on this channel together. Andy is an amazing technical analyst. If you haven't seen Andy before, and he won't be going live today. He's actually inside of the community today, providing analysis, chatting to people. And I was in the community most of yesterday. And because remember, guys, I can't always be on YouTube. So when I'm not on YouTube, I do spend a lot of my time inside of the community. When I do take a trade, I share that inside of the community. Okay. I do a lot of education. There was a lot of education that was shared yesterday in the community. I shared a CVD video on how to read CVD. I also shared a risk management video, how to manage your risk. There's a footprint tutorial. There's my D-line strategy, how to execute the D-line strategy. There's a lot of things happening in the community. But yeah, if you want to join the community, you can send me the word access to my Telegram. That will activate the automation so that you get all the information that you need, how it works, blah, 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 blah. Okay. if you say hi Devolt, you're not going to get the automations. Okay, it's just send the word access. Just the word access. No emoji and heart smiley faces. Just the word access to my Telegram, and you'll get the instructions on how you can join the community. You can either pay a monthly subscription to be part of the community and get the tools. I think the subscription model for the trading tools is not available yet. We're still rolling it out. Okay. Or you can sign up with one of my affiliate partners down below to trade with. Hold $500 in your trading account and trade like you usually do. And your trading fees goes towards paying for this. So it unlocks it for you. I mean, you can get your trading fees to do the work for you, or, you know, pay it, I suppose. I want Sailor to come out with a Bitcoin community platform. The secret, a little break of the quick shake. I believe everyone is talking about the Jackson Hole Sapomium. Heard many people talking about. Oh, is that the thing? Okay. Yeah, guys. I mean, when it comes to news and fundamentals and speeches and Clarity Act and all these things that's floating around from a fundamental perspective, it's not really my cup of tea. I'm a technical trader. And most often, if not always, I'm already in a trade before the news comes out. Okay, I have so many times seen that I'm taking a long or a short. Okay, so let's say, for example, what happens is I get into the short. Price falls. I start making money. And it's only here where the news comes out. But I've already benefited from the trade based on my technicals. Or the longs. I take the long, okay, because I did paint out both scenarios. Maybe I'm in the long. Already, bullish news comes out, and then people FOMO into the trade, but I'm already in the trade based on my technicals. That is why I prefer to trade technicals, because technicals for me supersedes any fundamental news, because it shows me what could happen before the news comes out. And then the news confirms why it happened. And usually why it happened causes people to FOMO into trades because they missed it. And now they're trying to take advantage of the move that the risk management is not so great. Okay, a FOMO strategy is never a great strategy. So let's see how this plays out. Okay. I did see something interesting on gold, guys. I will go through gold as well. Okay, for those of you that are interested in commodities, I did see something very interesting on gold that I want to discuss. Yeah, this little move. I think this is the one that no, not the 3 minute. No. Let's go to the higher time frame. Oof, what a beautiful short. I still remember having these conversations. I said as long as price can reject here, it fell out of the value area range. Beautiful retest, fell to the downside. I mean, this is just some previous analysis that I did over here on Mr. Gold. Okay, but let me go through some comments and then I will discuss with you what I see here locally, what could play out. Okay. Yeah, but I can clean up the kitchen. Don't need all of that. Don't need that. Don't need that. I have no idea why there's a vertical line. Okay, nice little clean chart. I just want to remove the volume. The volume here on gold is very distracting. Yes, gold. Oh, gold disappeared. Full moon in a few hours. Yes. But if I'm not mistaken, it's a lunar eclipse. So I don't know if that's going to give the moon more power to the upside or absolute nothingness, okay, and just a dump. I don't know. We'll have to see. Hi, Legends Devolt. Discipline is awesome. It doesn't matter what comes out of Jackson's hole. Oh, God. I'm not sure if you meant to say it like that, but I mean, that is hilarious. And you made it read it out. You made me read it out loud. A crypto gardenist, naughty, naughty. Gold option calls making me doubt it will go down so easily. I'll go check it out now. Keep up the good work, Mind Pillar. Thanks for sharing, sir. Absolute pleasure, man. Why to limit orders and why not to watch the C wave structure as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Why to limit orders and why not watch the C wave structure as... Yeah, because that's going to take a lot of work, okay? And I want to read through comments. I want to discuss other things. So for me not to miss the trade, I've done it this way. If I was not in the live stream and I was just in front of the charts, that's most probably how I would have traded it. Or I would have most probably SFP'd each level until it gets the rejection. Okay. Pivot lows during Jackson, all what happened last year during dumped and pumped again. Okay, brilliant. Thank you for that. Right. So, I mean, something interesting here on gold is this beautiful consolidation area that formed here at the bottom. But what I want to do is I first want to go to the daily time frame. I just want to see structurally where gold is. Beautiful retracement. Okay. I just want to see some volume. Look at that. Point of control was created because of that consolidation area, and it's now rejecting at the value area high. So what is interesting here about gold? That could be a triangle. I can see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wave structure up. I just want to quickly squeeze at the volume. I'm not sure if volume is going to give me any information. No, man, where's volume? Is there no volume? So I needed volume just to confirm if that is a third wave. I want to see the most amount of volume in the third wave. But what is interesting is that for now, I can see a 5 wave structure to the upside. It's rejecting at the value area high. So what could happen from a most bullish case perspective is that gold does the following. It has formed its wave 1. It goes down now for a corrective structure. Biggest area of support is here at $4,380. Okay, let me just take the scribble out and do this properly. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, you can see the beautiful support over here. Can you guys see that? Support, 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 support. Okay. Beautiful zone of support. You also have that daily order block over there. Tiny little daily order block. A little bit below. There's a daily order block. So what could happen here is that gold does the following. Okay, that's the bullish case scenario. Because I can see a 5 wave move here to the upside. So gold could now reject at the value area high, which means that this structure could now be done. It corrects in a 3 wave structure, it finds support, it creates number 2, and it blasts off and it smashes through the value area high. So that is definitely a scenario that could unfold where price could take that high again. At $5,600, there's a chance that it could take that high again. Okay, based on this scenario. You can also see how beautifully this support aligns with this little high volume node. Okay, so the only interesting thing that makes, or the only interesting trade at the moment on gold is a short. There's no ways I will long where gold is at the moment because I can already see 5 waves to the upside. So there's no ways, okay? I do not. Let me just do this, show you guys an example. If I can see that, there's no ways in hell that I'm longing that. because you're longing the top of the structure. Even if it's not the top and it continues, because I can already see 5 waves, I know that there's a high chance that that is where it is at the moment. I cannot long that. I have to wait for a retracement. That's where the opportunity lies. That's where the opportunity lies. To join the next move back to the upside. Okay. So that for me becomes more interesting for shorts, where price is now rejecting at the value area high. It's still forming lower highs. Structurally, it's still bearish. So there's a chance it rejects and then it bounces and it tries again to try and break structure. So shorts at the moment actually looks more interesting on gold than longs, based on where it is from a structural perspective. It's just a, oh, here we go. The average volume is more inside of this move. I can see a 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Okay. 3-wave corrective structure, or that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to complete the last 5th wave here to the upside. Yeah, this is a little bit of a mess. I'm not going to try and make sense of that. Yeah, it's just gold is not in a zone where I want to buy. Gold is in a zone where I want to sell. When it gets to support, then it's interesting to talk about buying again. But it's just not in a buying zone for me at the moment. It's actually in a selling zone for me. Okay. What is... oh, man, still not doing anything. Someone on Twitter said, "What's up with Jackson?" Yeah, I must read these comments first before I read them out on air. Shouldn't have sold my vet, lol, got wrecked by myself. Who's Jackson and what about his... Guys, no deal, the high is end of 3rd wave, not we in and 4th. Are you talking about gold? Now we are in 4th wave. Oh, are you saying on gold? Are you saying this is part of 3? It can definitely be part of 3. Okay, because what I see here is this could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in wave 3. It creates 4, found support, and creates one more push to the upside. So yes. But it's still not, even if this is 3 and not 5, it's still not in a zone where I want to long. Because this could also be an A, B, C. Price falls down. That's the bearish case scenario. It's an A, B, C to the upside. It's not a 5. It doesn't do that. Okay. So yes, I agree with you. This could be a 1, 2, 3 forms 4 and 5. But remember guys, the way that I like to trade, okay, I never wait for the 5th wave before I take profits. Let's say I got an entry here and I've rode all the momentum here to the upside. I do not wait for that before I start taking profits. I generally close a majority of my position here, because you never know if it's a 3-wave structure and it falls down, or if it does form that. So for me as a technical analyst, when I see an aggressive move, 3-wave structure to the upside, and I don't care if it's a 3 or if it's a C. I mean a C. Sorry guys, that was a little bit other way around. I take profits aggressively, because you never know if it's a corrective structure or if it's really going to form an impulsive structure. And then after I've taken most of my profits here, then I leave a runner. That's fine. Okay, leave 10% or 5% of the position, but you've you've paid yourself. I've paid myself as a trader. If this happens and it rejects and price starts trading back below this low, then you know, okay, maybe I should close the position because the impulse could be done. Okay. But if you have an amazing entry, it could correct and then bounce again. So you could just leave the runner and add to your position. So it just depends on how you want to manage your trade. But I have to see the 5-wave structures up and the corrective structure down before I will consider adding. Yeah, but yes, this is a count. It could be the 3, 4, 5 if I consider that structure. But it is interesting where it's rejecting at the moment. But yeah, this is not where I long. Nope. But I mean, this could be an amazing little scalp trade, okay? If it corrects, choppy, messy price action, overlapping, it gets to this zone, nice little trend, and it breaks out, stop goes below the low, you're targeting the high. That could be a nice little trade. But there's still a lot that needs to happen before I can consider that trade. I mean, this is 8-hour time frame stuff. Okay, we're gonna get what, 2 candles in a day. So, okay, now price is going up. Finally, price is going up. I want to see what CVD is doing with this movement here to the upside. Still bullish. Okay, but there's a little bit, tiny little bit of bearish CVD starting to form. Okay, did you know, by the way, I'm sure the community members know because I told them, is that this little button helps you to see bullish and bearish divergence if you don't know how to read it yourself. So it's just a little bit of an automation that helps you identify bullish and bearish CVD, because a lot of people still struggle to read it themselves. I did post a video update inside of the community, or I shared a video that's also inside of my trading course on how to learn to read it. Okay, what you could also do is you could say, okay, I am looking for a short, and one of your rules could be to say that I'm only going to be interested in the short once bearish CVD builds up between these two pivots. As price moves up and there's more bearish CVD forming, I want to be notified. Okay, so you can put on your measuring tool, you'll see that there's nothing at the moment, but then I can say, okay, I want to be alerted. So I put it there. God, let me just do that again. New. Okay, I put it there. And then I say, okay, I'm willing to short if I get 2 confirmations or 1 confirmation or 3, depending on how many you want. I usually just set it on 2. That's usually a strong enough confirmation. And then I set the alert. And as soon as bearish CVD starts forming against that pivot, I get notified via email, ping you on my computer. Okay, so it's a great little nifty feature to have, to be alerted. Okay, and these are the mind pillar tools that myself and Andy and the team are building out. We basically want to include everything that we use from a day trading perspective. It has almost everything that, well, it has everything that I need. Not almost, it actually has everything that I need, because I look at CVD, it's a real-time indicator. That's why I use CVD. It's a real-time indicator. It's not a lagging indicator like RSI. And it shows me in real time what market makers versus retail is doing. If you want access to the tool, it's here, trading tools. Okay, it has a lot of other things as well. Okay, you can go through the menus. Breaking news. It has the economic calendar, CVD footprint chart that Andy also loves to use. Fear and greed, heat map, bubbles. It has the liquidation map, the liquidation heat map. Terminal price, drawdown from all-time high. I know that Matt also loves to use this tool over here. So guys, you know, if you sign up with one of the affiliate partners down below and you trade like you usually do, it will unlock these things for you by using your trading fees. Okay, you have to hold $500 in your account so you can get your fees to work for you. Just want to go back here to CVD. Right. And remember, yeah, if you want access and you want more details, you can, to the community and to the tools, you can send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll share with you the instructions on how you can join. A, B, C. Maybe that's little b over there. If it falls. This b, by the way, does have an invalidation. If the invalidation gets claimed, this short might not play out. Reverse this. No, why are you doing that? There we go. If price falls and claims the 1.618, then this could most probably not be the count anymore. Okay, if price falls here and claims the 1.618, then the short plan might go down the toilet. Okay, down the drain. Because B is allowed to fall here. It's just not allowed to claim the... It's not that it's not allowed to. It's just very rare for B to tap the 1.618. So what it's doing now, just claiming the low, is perfectly fine. Okay. If it wants to go down lower, it's fine. But I can still have a valid ABC as long as the 1.618 is not claimed. That's a nice little SFP. SFP long. Question. Did you ever live in the Netherlands? No. And trained at the gym of Harry? No. You look like someone I know. And no, I haven't been to the Netherlands, so it can't be me. Okay. Price is just... I am holding the request. I want to see settings. VFP settings. Subscribe, share. Yes, guys, if you do like and enjoy the content, it is a longer live stream, so I'm taking it easy, okay? And but if you do enjoy the analysis, the content, how I draw my plans, I love to educate here on YouTube. I love to teach people how to fish instead of giving them a fish. Because, guys, there's a lot of signals channels. If you want the signals channels, go somewhere else. Okay, if you want to learn how to do this properly, well, you're in the right place. Okay, and if you want to surround yourself with people that want to do this properly and that are learning and coaches, you can join our community. Deerwold, if I've been using your and Andy's link for quite some time, lots of volume, should double check to ensure 500 is there currently before reaching out to Telegram. Yeah, just send me the word access. Okay. If you have any questions regarding the how do you join, how it works, like you're asking right over here, Caesar Coco, just send me the word access to my Telegram, and the automation will give you some clarity. Okay, you can even interact with the automation. If it doesn't help, I do have myself and Andy, we do have a support team as well that can jump in. If not them, I jump in, but now I'm on YouTube, so I can't jump in. Okay, so that's where you'll get all the information that you need. Gotta run. Thanks, Mark. I always appreciate it, man. Have a wonderful day. Okay. Oh, you wanted to say using. Okay, using. Okay, using you and Andy's link for quite some time. Lots of volume. So we will go and check that out. Just message me the word access to Telegram. Most handsome people are Dutch. Deal, can you analyze ETH? Yes, maybe, we have some time. Why not? I can go and have a look at ETH. Why not? Okay. First, in 10 minutes, I'm going to take another break. And then I think when I come back from my break, I will analyze ETH. I missed the long on ETH. I hate to say it, but I missed it. Small spike on USDT locally. Yeah, ETH took previous local high. Good morning, Devil. Much love. Maria, welcome. Okay, Maria's also in. There's a lot of community members here that's joining the live stream. Maria's also inside of our community. And one of many great students inside of our community. I think Maria mastered my D-line strategy, okay, which is now most probably a M strategy, Maria's strategy. Right, fantastic, thank you, sir. Hi, Devold. If the invalidation is claimed, what's your next plan? I don't like to think that far ahead. This is my plan. If it gets invalidated, I will reanalyze, but I'm not going to reanalyze now. Okay, because the plan is still in play. I love your channel when it's like this about BTC and gold. I trade too. Maybe soon I join your Telegram channel because I love the way you explain and trade. Absolute pleasure, man. I do pride myself in education and explaining. Guys, when I go through, because I'm sure there's a lot of people here that hasn't seen the community. Okay, but I can give you like a brief 1 minute overview. Okay. Here we go. This is our Telegram community. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay. There's a Bitcoin analysis section. That's where myself and Andy, you'll see it's only myself and Andy that posts in here. Every day we post analysis, what we see. Okay. Like for example, yesterday, you can see yesterday, look at how many posts. Okay, I'm sharing the order blocks, new areas of support, resistance, if there's a new daily level, naked point of control, what scenarios looks great, this one looks really bad, I told everyone I don't like that one. Okay, and which scenarios looks better, there was the ABC that I already discussed. Okay, where will I take this long if the scenario had to play out? And then once price unfolds and it plays out according to the scenario, I will then tell everyone I am entering the trade. This is where I put my stop. This is where I've put my stop. I usually post a screenshot of my account. Okay, so people can see what I'm doing. And then I explain what it is, where I'm looking. Okay, because this provides education. It shows people how I'm analyzing, how I'm looking at the structure. Okay, best areas of support if this scenario had to play out. Most bearish case scenario. That is also why I took the short. Okay, and I go through all the scenarios, and then I love to throw in psychology as well. I go through psychology as well to tell people, this is my thought for the day, for example. But yeah, guys, there's a lot. Okay, then we have charts and analysis sections where the coaches also share some analysis. Okay, it's not just myself and Andy. And yeah, they talk about altcoins as well, about gold. Anything that looks interesting to trade. Here's the chat section where people chat. Okay, money shots where people basically share all their amazing wins and losses. There's losses along the way as well. And then people will share, most importantly, that when they lose, they will also share why. Okay, so that everyone can learn together. We have altcoins and other markets. This is me. Mr. Dylan is an absolute beast. Look at all the amazing trades. Okay, and he also explains why using a very simple trading strategy. We have the knowledge vault. This is where I shared a video about risk management. There was the CVD video, harmonic patterns, footprint, SFP, how I trade swing failure patterns, how I place weekly, daily naked point of controls, and my D-line strategy in detail. There's the welcome section, obviously, that explains to you how the whole community works, what I've just basically explained, and some legal stuff. And that is basically the community. Okay, and it's very active, guys. It's really very, very, very active. Okay, and it's not just the members that are active, it's myself and Andy, and the coaches are very active as well. So yeah, if you want to join, you can send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. One of the ways in which you can join is you sign up with one of my affiliate partners, hold $500 in your trading account and trade like you usually do, or maybe you're already trading like you usually do, and the fees goes towards unlocking these things, so you don't have to pay a monthly subscription. So you can get your fees to work for you instead of just giving it to the exchange. I mean, that's great. Okay, this looks great for a bounce here at the moment. Let's see if price can push up and come to my area of interest. Remember guys, my trade is already planned and limit ordered. Okay, it's limit ordered already, so I don't have to worry about this. Right, Devil, what time frame you watch CVD? 5 minute, mostly on the 5 minute. You'll see when I'm on CVD, I'm almost always on the 5 minute time frame. The smaller the time frame, the more accurate. I very seldom use CVD on the larger time frames. Very seldom. It can be very deceiving because it's the local CVD that always takes priority. So you could have the most, in which I can see, you can have the most insane bullish CVD on the 4-hour time frame, and then price falls down and you wonder why. Because on the 5 minute time frame, there could have been bearish CVD, like that's forming right there at the moment, that's pushing price to the downside. So local CVD always takes priority over higher time frame CVD. This is why, you know, when I want to enter a scalp or a day trade, I always look at the 5 minute, maybe 15 minute if I'm looking at a slightly larger structure, but I very seldom go higher than the 15 minute, very seldom. Okay, because the higher the time frame, the more inaccurate it becomes. Come join us. What do you think of a sell before new moon and a climb during it? Yeah, I think that's an interesting liquid. That's an interesting scenario, because if that had to happen, let me just clean this up here quick. Okay, let's clean this up. So if I go to the 15-minute time frame, so what would be interesting about what you've just said? Let's say we first get a little bit of a dump, okay? Because remember, the full moon also prints usually when price is at its lowest point. Okay, let's go to the 4-hour time frame and let's go and look at some examples. Let's switch on the moon indicator. Okay. Usually, price makes a very low point when the full moon prints. Remember, the full moon is the bull moon. It pushes price up. The purple moons is the new moon that pushes price down. Okay, so you can see when the full moon prints, it's usually at the lowest point. Okay, yes, that was the lowest point, but you can see that there's a low over there. Okay, price is not doing this and then the moon prints here in the middle of the structure. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. So you have a bear moon, down. You have a bull moon, up. You have a bear moon, down. You have a bull moon, up, down. Okay, a bear moon can also, and a bull moon can also create sideways price action, which is perfectly fine. So you can see that this bear moon created sideways price action. And then the bull moon, up, bear moon, down. This one got invalidated. The moon, the full moon or bear moon or moon indicator is estimated at 74% accuracy. So you will get a bull moon that does that. It just completely gets obliterated. And then it starts playing out again. Okay, down, up, sideways, up, down. And then this one also got complete. It did get the move down initially, and then it completely got harassed, okay, with this little move here to the upside. I would have expected a bull moon to push the price here to the upside, but I mean, sometimes it happens. It's only 74% accurate. So 26% of the time you will get invalidations where it completely gets invalidated. But most of the time, 74% of the time, it is accurate. So based on your question or your comment, this would be an interesting scenario. If I go back here onto the 15-minute time frame, okay, guys, I will go and look at ETH after this. Okay, I'm first going to take a break and then I'll look at ETH. This is an interesting scenario. Let me just bring it up here. I did save it. Nested 1-2s. Here we go. Now this would be an interesting scenario. Imagine, okay, bull moon prints, price falls down, and then it reverses. 3-wave A, 3-wave B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a C, and then it reverses. So that supports basically the comment that you've made, is that yes, price can fall down. This is also why I'm, a good reason to attempt a short over here is to say that, well, price can come and sweep up this low based on the B flat here to the upside. So this is a interesting scenario. Okay, but this now can also be a W, an X, and the only difference is C wave has to form 5 waves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it's an X or a W, X, Y, this can be an A, a B, a C, and it stops and it reverses. So it's a 3-wave structure and it doesn't do that. And this is why longs will be interesting in this zone. I'm not going to wait for the 4-5 to enter this long because I acknowledge that this can form a 3-wave structure and bounce. If I get stopped out, then I will re-enter. I would rather re-enter this trade than not take it. I'm willing to risk a stop loss here because I don't want to miss it. Because this could be an epic bounce that takes the high and continues momentum to the upside. Hope that makes sense. Right, price just doesn't want to play ball here on this little scalp that I want to get into, or this day trade that I want to get into. It just does not want to play ball. And now volume is also increasing with this momentum. So maybe the structure is not done, guys. Or most bearish, okay, maybe I need to talk about the most bearish case scenario. Yeah, there we go. I think that scenario now got invalidated. No, not yet. Almost, yeah, it got invalidated. Okay, so it's most likely not going to move to the upside now. So that short plan is down the drain. Okay, so most bearish case scenario, remember we spoke about the most bullish. 1, 2, 1, 2, whoops. It just flies to the upside. Most bearish is, remember what I said, guys, as long as this is a 3-wave structure, there's an increased probability to take the low. So most bearish case scenario is that this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 3-wave corrective structure in a wave 2. And now it's building nested 1-2s to the downside. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and it zoop, and it starts chopping here to the downside. That's the most bearish case scenario. That's why I'm saying. That's why I said, guys, if price falls to the downside, there's no short for me to be taken. I cannot just blindly enter a trade for the sake of entering a trade. I have to follow my plan. And if my plan doesn't play out, then I look for a new opportunity. What is the CVD looking like now? Okay, bearish CVD played out. Now I want to see some bullish CVD kick in over here. So maybe the long plan still has a chance over here. There's only one confirmation against that low. But what is more interesting is this low. There's two confirmations. Binance and Coinbase. People are shorting like crazy on Binance and Coinbase. Where is my YouTube feed? Let me just open this. Right. Guys, remember the most bullish case scenario. Okay, I have spoken about the most bearish case scenario just now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3-wave corrective structure. Price builds up 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And it starts falling aggressively. Okay, that's the bearish case scenario. It's also in alignment with that ABC that I've just discussed. Bullish case scenario has a clear invalidation. And I did share this trading plan. That's basically the long that I'm looking for. Okay, the long has a clear invalidation. So someone asked me, Devil, you're looking for the short. What about the long? Well, there's the long plan. Okay, and it's basically based on this scenario. What if? Look at that. Look at what if this plays out. This is absolutely insane. This scenario, for price to get here, for price to get all the way there to $85,000, $86,000, it needs nested 1-2s, and it has a clear invalidation. For price to absolutely rock and roll here to the upside that low, okay, I'm just going to give it a better low. Let's zoom into that structure. Switch on my magnet. I would say that low should not be claimed. That is the low of the structure. As long as this invalidation at $78,000, 522 is not claimed, this can happen. This is why I also highlighted the long option. Okay, but I mean, you can see what can happen here. Okay, the plan was just for price to take the highs. I mean, look at that. That's what could play out over here. So for the people that tell me, Devil, you are so damn bearish, well, I am looking at longs as well. Guys, I'm going to cancel that trade from my 2-bit account because I don't like that B flat. It got invalidated. So I'm just going to close everything here. Right. Most bullish case scenario. What is interesting about this scenario is as long as price, okay, for nested 1-2s, as long as price is forming higher highs and higher lows, up she goes. Okay, it's climbing the stairs to the upside. As long as price is forming, this is local, guys. This is local stuff. Okay, this is 5-minute stuff. Okay, so locally, the trend is up. Price has formed a higher high. And for now, that is the low that should not be claimed. So there's a chance for the bulls to continue. Someone did point out, but Devil, this one is longer than that one. Yes, it's not great, but it's not an invalidation. Ideally, in nested 1-2s, you want to see a 1-2, 1-2. They become smaller. Okay, maybe another 1-2, and then 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. Okay, it does that, or it does that, but they usually contract. So it's not great to see, you know, the structure almost expanding. It's not great to see it, but it's not an invalidation. It does impact the probabilities. Right, legends, I'm going to take a quick break and then I will be back. Still going to be here for a little while. So I'm just going to take a quick break and then I'll be back. And Then I'm gonna run a poll. I just wanna get some information from people over here. I'm gonna run a quick poll because I know that some people took this trade. I just want to find out if you did. Right, legends. Let me just take a quick break and I'll be back. Okay.
You don't need to know. Some things take time, some things take years, but the waiting doesn't mean you're standing still. Patience is beautiful. Just let the moment come. Patience is beautiful. Your journey has begun. Patience is power. Cold winds blowing through the night, searching for a guiding light. Everyone keeps running fast, only patience ever lasts. Brick by brick we build the dream. Nothing's ever what it seems. Every fall, every climb makes us stronger all the time. Trust the road, hold the flame. Nothing great was built in shame. We were built for the storm, never breaking, never torn. Standing tall against the rain,
Bitcoin is pushing here to the upside. It looks like the long is going to play out. For now. Dun-dun-dun-dun. It's breaking trend. I mean, guys, this is 1 minute stuff, right? I prefer to stick on at least a 5 minute time frame. And so let me know, type 1 if you did take the long, 2 if you didn't. Just want to see, because I know that, you know, people ask for the long plan for a reason. Both awesome and hilarious. 2 didn't take it. 1 you see the ones. Some people, hey, the bullish people took the trade. Triple 1, quadruple 1. Good day, legends. Joy, welcome to the live stream, man. Uncle Cyril, 1, ooh. And it's continuing here to the upside. 1, but took profit. I hope you left a runner. I shorted earlier. Yeah, I'm still in that short from on my Bluffin account against everyone. Yes. Okay. I was thinking of doing that to say that, well, if more people tell me to short, maybe I should rather long. I was thinking of doing that, but I thought, okay, well, let me entertain the short. People want me to take the short. But then for me, the short got invalidated as soon as that 1.618 got claimed. So I'm not interested in the short now. The long does look interesting. It wants to push it to the upside, but it is approaching. Remember, guys, this is for me, if I took this long, this is a profit-taking area, or, well, for me, to cover at least my stop loss or a portion of my stop loss, at least fees, that's where I would take profits. If I took this long, okay? That is where I will scratch some just to make sure that my fees are at least my fees are covered. Okay, I think the move is still too small to cover the stop loss, but I can just tell you guys how I would trade this, okay? I would, you know, de-risk the position. It happens so many times, guys, where I highlight something like this inside of the community and people take the trade. The 0.382 just got smacked, but I mean, that fib is now different. Yeah, it's now approaching the 0.5. Where I highlight something like this, I don't take the trade, but the community members align it with their analysis and they take the trade. Okay, it happens very often where I highlight analysis or Andy highlights analysis. People take the trade, they make money. We see it in the money shots and we're like, man, we missed it. We missed it. But it's part of the game, okay? I always look for another trade. Always another trade around the corner. Hey guys, just want to check something here. But it's approaching the, you know, and this is usually a range. When a range like this forms, when a range like this forms, that high of the range could be a rejection point. It comes back and it continues. Okay, it could be a rejection point. This is why I like to take profits at the high, the local high of a range. Okay, you can also see support, resistance. It rejected, it bounced, it formed a range, and this could be a rejection zone. Yes, it can blast off, guys, definitely, but it's just how I like to manage my trades. I'm not telling you what you need to do, okay? For me, that's always a great place just to scratch a little bit, at least for me. But I cannot FOMO into this trade now. The risk to reward doesn't make sense anymore. It was either there or it was here, the SFP from these lows, however you got into this trade. But I mean, it did do a beautiful retest over there. So that's one way you could have gotten into the trade. And I suppose that's why it's always great to have a longing and a shorting plan. Okay. Are the shorts back on the table? You can see the rejection. Do you guys see? Look at the rejection. Okay. Yes, it could punch through. But for me, the highs of a structure like that is always a great profit-taking area. I don't care that price is going to get there. Guys, for me, it's not about how much money I'm going to make. For me, it's about managing my risk. How little can I lose if I get stopped out? This is why I take profits to the upside. That's why I take profits to the upside. De-risk my, as price moves up, I de-risk my position. I take profits because for me, the name of the game is how little can I lose when I'm wrong. I'm continuously managing my risk when I take these trades. Okay. Spot flow 5-minute shows selling volume is dominating, but price still going up. Nonsense. Good idea. Just took half. I mean, I love it when people take profits. I love to read comments like that. I can't tell you what you need to do, but that's just how I usually manage my trades. Okay, I can share with you how I trade. Devil ETH update, please. I'm gonna get there. Where can I learn about project taking level? I'm not good at that. You mean profit taking levels? I'm not good at that. It comes with time, I suppose. It comes with experience. The easiest way, I'm going to get to ETH, guys. The easiest way for me to teach people how to take profits, just waiting for this helicopter to fly over. The easiest way is you take a FIP. So let's say you've taken the long. So you take a FIP from the high of the structure to the low of the structure. The easiest way to learn how to take profits, if you can't see it from a price action perspective, because that takes more experience, is I use my Fibonacci levels as profit taking areas. It's the easiest way. And I basically DCA myself out of the position. 10% profit, another 10%, another 20%. I DCA myself out of the position because you never know if price is going to do that. And then at least you took profits. Okay. That's the easiest way for me to explain to people that don't know how to take profits, is that I use Fibonacci levels to DCA myself out of the position. These Fibonacci levels usually align with areas of resistance. You can see that that area of resistance aligns with the 0.5. That is where price got the rejection. Can you see why it's an important profit-taking zone? You have that, what is that? That's a 5-minute order block right over there at the 0.618. So if price comes there, it could reject again. Okay, I don't know what price is going to do over here, but now it's back at entry. It's literally back at entry price. Okay, if there's... Let me just refresh this. Binance. Why? Binance people are shorting like crazy. You can see Binance is absolutely smashing here to the downside. Okay, let me just put on the Binance line. Look at that. Price moves up, Binance falling down. They are shorting like crazy. Which means, based on the Binance bros, okay, price is most probably going to take that high again just to stop them out, because they are too aggressively shorting over here. That's not bearish. That's not bearish. That's not bearish. That's not bearish. I think the bulls have a chance over here. I think the bulls have a chance. Let's see how it plays out. Yeah, I just don't like to. I mean, guys, it's 1 minute stuff. Go take whatever I'm saying here with a grain of salt, because this is 1 minute stuff. I don't like a high being formed on the highest amount of volume. I wanted to see this. I wanted this volume in this structure to be higher. Then it gives a little bit higher probability that price can reverse and go back up. But anyways, this is 1 minute stuff, so I'm taking it with a grain of salt. But I mean, look at that. You know, while price was pushing up here, I said, watch out. Okay, that becomes a profit-taking area. And our price rejected. So can it do a little retest over here? Can it do a nice little retest and continue? That would be great. Okay, for the bulls. Because I mean, that nested 1-2 scenario is absolutely insane if it had to play out. This is insane, guys. Where this could go if it does do a retest, doesn't claim the low, and it continues. This could be an epic trade. It's not pretty. The double 1-2 structure is not pretty, but it's valid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can see 5 waves to the upside. Okay, unless this correction is not done, it sweeps the lows and it goes again. Okay, because the invalidation is 78,522. So I think what I'm going to do for fun is, guys, now that price is back at entry, I'm going to enter a long over here. Obviously with managed position size and risk management. I think the bulls have a chance over here. Come on, you can do it. Sometimes the market gives you another opportunity to get back into the trade. So it's back at entry. I'm going to give this trade the benefit of the doubt. There's some bullish CVD. There's the chance for the nested 1-2s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3. There's still a bearish count here to the downside. I just want to see this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4. But you. A, B, C. It doesn't make sense to put 4 here and 5 here, because this looks like a 3-wave structure, unless it's an ending diagonal in a 5th wave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's do that. There is a bearish case scenario. Always a bullish and a bearish case scenario where your impulse ended over here. And now it forms a corrective structure and it falls down. Always, guys, there's always a bullish and a bearish case scenario. All I can do as a technical trader is enter with great risk management. How little can I lose when I'm wrong, and how much can I make when I'm right? That's all I can do as a technical trader. Protect my cash. Apply my trading strategy. Stick to my rules. Be consistent. Because there's your bearish case scenario. I would say that if this is the end of the impulse, if this is the end of the impulse, it's too soon for that to be the high for this structure. It's too soon. It's made too soon. So I would prefer for that structure or that high to be claimed again. Because if I take a time fib from the high to the low, can you see the problem? If this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that high is made way too soon for this correction to be done. So if this is going to turn out to be bearish, at least at a bare minimum, the correction needs to continue and finish after the 0.382. So there's a good chance that that high will be claimed again. Okay, traders in profits. Nice. Now, what would be nice is if price can do this. If price can do this. And it forms that bullish pennant. Now that would be nice. Because I remember trading this not so long ago. If that had to play out. I remember trading that not too long ago. Okay, it was a little bit of an easier structure, I must say. It was a little bit easier to trade that one. Okay, because, you know, this is smaller time frame stuff. Look at that. I mean, that's the long that I shared inside of the community. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful long. That's where I entered. Close the position there to the upside. Stop below that low. Look at that. 10 risk to reward. It's an absolute fantastic trade. Obviously, I took profits on the way up. Okay, so that's what I'm basically trying to highlight here on the smaller time frames. If that had to happen. But I mean, it can just punch. It can just continue to punch here to the upside. But it would be nice to have a little trend, because then I can have a tighter stop loss. I can de-risk this position. So yeah, let's see if this plays out. By the way, resistance needs to be red. Okay, then you have a 5-minute order block. There, whoops. There's a 5-minute order block. Let me just grab this right there. Another area of resistance. It also aligns with the 0.618. Okay, so I will take this trade that I've just taken here. I will take profits at this 5-minute order block, just to cover the fees and, you know, make sure that the trade stays as profitable as possible. Yeah, it is possible to retest the trend. Definitely possible, because it will still be a higher low. So if price does this, it will still be a higher low. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, you can do it. Bitcoin, you can do it. Just go a little bit higher, just a little bit. so I can take a bit of profits. Guys, I'm gonna scratch a little bit over here already. Just a little bit. I'm gonna scratch. It's that 0.382 that keeps on letting the alarm, but I'm gonna scratch a little bit of profits here. I'm not gonna let a winning trade turn into a losing trade. No. I'm gonna scratch on profits here. Okay, I've at least covered my fees and a portion of my stop loss, but my stop loss is still not covered. So if I get stopped out, I will take a loss, but not a big one. I've just literally scratched 10% profits here just to cover the fees and a little bit of the stop loss. Okay, but you can see that zone that I highlighted there is resistance. I can just see it from a price action perspective. Resistance, look at how it struggled. Fell down. Okay, then it breaks out and it flips it into support. Okay, can you see if I just drag this a little bit? Come on, there we go. Look at that. Rejected, broke through, support, punched up, lost it, resistance. Okay, and that's where price got rejected. So now it looks like it wants to punch through. It's breaking through resistance. It's doing an RS flip. So now I can turn that green. That now turns into support. And this is typically what I do on the higher time frame. This obviously just plays out a lot quicker because it's smaller time frame stuff. Okay, nice. Almost at profit taking area. How much profit do you take on this first TP? I would most probably close 30%. Because I want to cover as much of my stop loss as possible. Because for me, that's my main concern, is that if price rejects here and falls down, how little can I lose? So usually when I start out a trade, I might have, let's say, $1,000 position, okay? And by the time I've managed my risk, I only have like 30 or 40% of the position running to make me the money, because I've used most of my position to manage my risk. That's how I like to trade. And some people do it different. Some traders do it differently. They will enter, okay, and they will only take profits once the profit taking area gets hit at the top. It's a different style of trading, but then their trading journals looks a little bit different than mine. So what I've seen with people that trade like that, and yes, successfully, is they will have much bigger losses, but they will also have much bigger wins. And the interesting thing for me about that is that the totals usually is the same. Because they might take a $10,000 knock, but when they win, they make $50,000, and then they lose $15,000, and then they make $60,000. But when you start averaging it out, you minus the losses from the wins, they more or less, the account comes to more or less the same size, if not sometimes a little bit lower. So it's just a different style of trading. Can you stomach a big loss like that? Okay, do you have the psychology to deal with it? So you have bigger wins, but you also have bigger losses. The strategy that I've developed for myself is that I can be wrong. This is why I love my strategy. All 4 of these trades, for example, I was wrong. The market didn't move in the direction I wanted it to move. But because I manage my risk the way that I do, I got stopped out 4 times in one day being wrong with profits. Where if this was one of the other trading styles, that would have been 4 losses, big losses. So it's there's no right or wrong. It's about how you manage your risk. I like to manage my risk like this. I usually, when I open up a trade on Bluffin, for example, I usually start off with like a big amount, guys, like $1 million position when I open up a trade, sometimes even a $2 or $3 million position. And by the time it starts running, okay, it's 300K. Because I've used most of my position to manage that position, to make sure that it's a free trade. And that's how I like to trade. So I can be wrong and get stopped out with profits. Because I don't like to give the market my money. No, stuff them. I do not give the market my money. Well, I try my best to give them as little as possible. Because I treat trading like a business. How little can I lose and how much can I make when I'm right? That's how I like to trade. So there's no wrong or right. It's just following your own plan and your own risk methodologies. But I can obviously only share with you how I do it. Because I remember I shared these trades in detail inside of our community. In detail, screenshots, entering, taking profits, take a screenshot of my account, post it with an explanation. And I think this is where people saw, because you know that was also when we got that nice little green candle to the upside, and some people got liquidated, burned big holes in their accounts. There was a lot of sadness in the air, like a bittersweet feeling of, you know, some people are celebrating their wins and a lot of people got really hurt with that aggressive momentum to the upside. So I took this day to show everyone, I wanted to make a point of showing everyone that you can execute trades, be wrong and make money. So I spent a lot of time in the community this day trading this, and I was wrong 4 times. I got stopped out 4 times trying to short an uptrend. It's not easy, guys. I wanted to show everyone it's not fucking easy, but you can do it responsibly. Okay, this was shared. All of these trades were shared inside of the community. And like I said, guys, if you want to be part of the community, you can just send me the word access and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Because I can't always be on YouTube. I hope I've answered your question. Okay, it feels easy when you have the info about the Binance Bros. Well, it is tools. These tools, I mean, they are still shorting like crazy. So I think momentum is most probably going to continue to the upside until Binance stops shorting. This is why I love the CVD tool. It shows me what retail is doing. It shows me that retail is trying to short like crazy people at the moment still. And the market makers are saying, no. We're going to keep on stopping you out. And we're going to take your liquidity. We're going to take your money from you. Yes, keep on shorting. We're going to keep so it's basically what CVD is showing you is that market makers wants to push price higher while retail is trying to short at the moment. So the question for me is always, am I trading? Do I want to trade with retail or do I want to trade with the market makers? And the CVD tool is over here, guys, trading tools. If you want to unlock all the features, you need to sign up with one of my exchange partners, have $500 in your account, and then your fees goes towards unlocking this. So you can get your trading fees to work for you instead of just not doing anything with the trading fees, just paying the fees for nothing. Okay, it also unlocks the community. So, yes, okay. Are your short orders? No, I cancelled my short orders. I cancelled my short because that plan for me got invalidated. Okay, and now I'm interested in the long plan. There's massive bullish CVD, so the longs do look more interesting. Binance Bro getting wrecked, exactly. Shorts paid the longs, exactly. Trading is like driving, drinking, do it responsibly. Yes, or smoke and fly. 140k profits despite being wrong sometimes, insane. Oh yeah, you're talking about my trading journal, yes. That is a running total, guys. Since 1st of July, since the let me just make this bigger. So I'm not sure if you guys can see this properly. Since the 1st of July, this is a running total. Okay, it started. That's where it started. Running total. That was my first win on the 1st of July. I went on leave. You can see I didn't trade for like 10 days. I didn't trade. Came back from leave, winning trade. Great. Okay, and then up until now, which is by the way, I'll enter that trade into the journal, which today is the 27th. I'll enter that trade here, and up until now, okay, it's about keeping the losses small and the wins big. And I can tell you guys now, there was a lot of trades in here that I got wrong, but there's more green than red. So it's not about win rate. Okay, it's about, for me, it's about managing my risk. This long is still running from the 1st of August. That's when I took this trade. On the 1st of August, it's still running. Okay, and then this short, depending on how this long plays out, might get stopped out today. And then I'm going to look for a new short. But it's in profit. Can you see? Because of how I manage my risk, this short is in profit. Okay, I think if I get stopped out, not when, if I get stopped out, I will obviously take the 1641 and I will minus it from this total. Because that is my profits that I've booked so far. Okay, but minus the stop loss. But you can see the profits is still more than the stop loss. I don't want to move the stop loss, because I don't want to get wicked out of a position and price falls down again, because it's happened many times to me and Andy. We catch the top and you get wicked out of the position because we were too defensive. We put our stop loss just below our entry. So what could happen, and this has happened a couple of times to myself and Andy, okay, we catch the trade and then we're like, okay, let's protect position. I put my stop loss below my entry. And then you know how many times this happens. It does that and it falls. And I'm like, oh man, I worked so hard for that entry. It wicks me out and then it leaves without me. So now I've learned, okay, I leave my stop loss where it needs to be. And I make sure that I have enough profits to cover that stop loss. I don't want to get wicked out of a position. It's happened too many times. I've learned that lesson. Okay, remember, if you want to join our community, because that's where I spend most of my time, where I shared all of these trades, 99% of these trades were shared inside of the community, not from a signals perspective, from an education perspective. I'm showing people how I do it because I believe by showing someone how you do it, they learn a lot quicker. So I don't just post analysis and disappear. When I take a trade, I share it inside of the community with explanations, with reasons. Andy does the same thing when he attempted to swing short. Guys, this is why I'm looking for the short. It makes sense to look for the short here. If I get stopped, explains the risk management aspects around it as well. So if you want to be part of the community, you can just send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Okay, profit taking area heat, guys. I'm going to scratch some more. Well, TP area heat, I'm not closing the position, I'm just taking some profits, okay, and I'm going to scratch 30%. And what I'm going to do is, I don't want price to come back below the trend, so I'm going to de-risk this position. I'm going to put my stop loss there. Remember, I can only share with you how I do it. You do you at the end of the day. But for me, the aim of the game is how little can I lose if price reverses over here. If price just says I've had enough and it starts falling down, how little can I lose when I'm wrong? I hate a winning trade turning into a losing trade. I hate it. Okay, the worst thing that used to happen to me in my trading career is that I'm $1,000 in profits, but my stop loss is also $1,000. And I'm like, oh, I have the $1,000, and then price does that, and I'm like, I had 1,000, now I lost 1,000. So how can I do it better? How could I have traded this better now that this has happened, that I could have lost less? That was the psychology that I needed to go through, is to say that how can I lose less when I'm wrong? Okay, and now I'm going to leave the rest to run. I'll take most probably my next TP will be the high. I'll take a little bit more, and maybe another 25% or 20% here at the high. Okay, this actually needs to be that was the plan for this trade. I asked everyone by typing 1 or 2 who entered the trade when it left already, but it came back for a retest. When price was here, I asked everyone to type a 1 if you did take the long, and a 2 if you didn't take the long. There was quite a lot of 1s, but there was also a lot of 2s. But then price came back. So now I'm curious. Type 1 if you did take the trade, and 2 if you didn't take the trade. Let's see. Maybe the results is a little bit different now. Devil, technically you lost 2,000s, 1 that you didn't take and 1 from your wallet. Okay, give us a possible short entry, please, Devil. I can only short on Kraken, which is very annoying. I can only short on Kraken. You can't long on Kraken? No, man, you can long on Kraken. Guys, if this is going to roll over, it's simple, okay? Just very, if it's going to roll over, that's your stop loss. And you target, whoops, you're targeting the low of the structure. Or at least these lows. Okay, but CVD is so bullish, guys. I don't feel like shorting. Okay, if it's going to reject, it's most probably going to reject in this order block over here. This resistance area, it's if it's going to reject, that's most probably where it needs to reject. Okay, so you asked for a short entry. This is the best. I mean, your invalidation doesn't get better than that. If it's going to reject, it needs to reject in this zone. Okay. Yeah, there's no reason for me to turn this into a losing trade, guys. So I'm pushing my stop loss up a little bit more. Yeah, you can see there's no bearish CVD, nothing against this pivot. There's nothing, there's no bearish CVD. So there's a good chance that it continues here to the upside. One, two, three, maybe it stops, forms 4, and it pushes out, takes the high. Just want to delete that alert. But yeah, if you want a short entry, I mean, price should not take this high. And the closer you can get price to your invalidation, the better. And I mean, it's hitting resistance over here. It's hitting resistance. Guys, I've moved my stop loss up more. I've moved my stop loss up more. I don't want a winning trade to turn into a losing trade. So if I get stopped out, I will lose nothing. In fact, I'll be stopped out with a little bit of profits. Not a lot, because I took it on my 2-bit account. It's not one of my largest accounts. It's my fun account. That is most probably also the 786 if I'm not mistaken. 786. Okay, but profit taking areas got smacked and price bounced on the trend. You can also see this little trend. Dunk, dunk, and now it's pushing it to the upside. So, I mean, if it's going to fall down, this is where it needs to happen, right here. Okay, if price is going to reject, that's where it needs to happen. Because that's the last bit of resistance to the upside. So if this structure is going to remain a corrective structure, I just want to see something here. If I take a fib, a time fib, from the high to the low, yeah, guys, it's going to take the high. There's no question about it almost. I mean, nothing's guaranteed, but it's most probably going to take the high because look at this. Okay, if this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wave structure, it's not, this move to the upside is not past the 0.382, which means that this could be your impulse, this is your correction, and this is the start of something new. If price did this, it would have looked way better for the short, but it's too aggressive to the upside. And usually what I do is, and this is what I teach inside of my the community as well, when I take a fib, okay guys, this is very valuable information. When I take a fib from the high to the low of the structure, whether it's a short or a long, and I see that price is reversing aggressively and it taps the 0.7 Fibonacci levels before it hits the 0.382, it usually takes the high. Almost every single time, like 9 out of 10 times, it takes the high. But if price stops, rejects after the 0.382 and then it moves up, there's a higher chance for price to fall down. I've seen this happen so many times, so many times, and I've, you know, for the what can I call it? For the people that's been following me for long, you know that I've often spoken about this. Okay, price now got the rejection at the 0.9, increasing the probabilities of taking the high, even with the rejection. So sometimes what does happen is price rejects, it comes back to the 0.618, okay, and then it goes and it takes the high, or it just takes it directly. Okay, so it does look like the long played out instead of the short. But I told everyone the short for me got invalidated the moment the price tapped at 1.618. For me, the short got invalidated. And then when price gave us the retest, I was like, okay, now I can participate in the party or in the trade. Okay. Now this is where I will protect. Okay. I'm now protecting. I don't want to lose any profits that I've made to the upside. It's high enough for me to protect. Oh, am I going to get stopped out of this long? Short, sorry. Am I going to get stopped out of this short? I'm going to have to look for a new short if I get stopped out of this one. I am still in the long though. It's not a big position anymore because I've taken most of the profits. Okay, but I'm going to look for a new short once if this one gets stopped out. If you do enjoy the analysis that I provide here on YouTube, okay, remember to smash up that like button, share some love, help the YouTube algorithm, help myself and Andy grow this channel, make it the best trading channel in the world, okay, because this is how we teach people how to do this properly. I'm surely going to use your strategy soon when I'm in a big leagues. Thanks, makes sense. Okay, I entered one. Oh, here we go. The ones and the twos. Let me see. Where was those ones and twos? A lot of ones this time. So, okay, so some people did get into the retest. Great, guys. This should not turn into a losing trade. Okay, if this turns into a losing trade, then I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say then. Okay, but some people still didn't take it, which is okay, guys. You just follow your plan, and it's okay for all the number twos over here. It's okay to miss a trade, because guess what? There's going to be another trade, and there's going to be another trade, and there's going to be 1,000 and 10,000 more trades. Okay, it's never the trade. Get that out of your mind. It's never the trade. It's just a trade. If you miss it, you've missed a trade. There's going to be another trade. Don't ever feel like you've missed the trade, because that creates FOMO. That is dangerous. Okay. I mean, the UK, we can't long. Oh, you can only short? I did not know this. This is news to me. I'm in the UK, I can't long. You can only short? Wow, I did not know that. Okay. UK want... Wow, they want you to trade the most difficult side of the market. You know how many people struggle with shorting? Especially when they're starting out. A lot of people that start out with trading, they struggle to short. They have more comfort longing. So, I mean, I'm not sure why they're doing that. 2, I was doing the dishes. Crypto gardenist. For short, the time is not past 0.38. Yes, exactly that, Sunshine. I mean, you've been paying attention in class, man. You have been paying attention in class. Yes, I cannot short if the structure is not past the 0.382. I cannot short. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more bullish CVD for me. Oh, I mean, look at that. Let's see in the 3-minute time frame. Let me just refresh this. I want to get that yellow line out the way. I want to see something here. Oh, 3 confirmations. That's really good. 3 confirmations. 3 confirmations. Okay, so it's most probably still going to continue here to the upside. There's no bearish CVD. Nothing. There's no bearish CVD. People are shorting like crazy, which tells me there's a high chance I'm going to get stopped out of my short. But I have taken profits. Thank goodness. I have taken profits. It's now a free position. So if I get stopped out, I'm not losing any cash. Okay. It's most probably going to come here to the 0.618 and then bounce back to the upside. So let's see how this unfolds. Can you give us one swing short level? It's really difficult to give someone a level. I need to see the structure first. And based on the structure, I can see which level is most likely going to get the rejection. Because there's many levels to the upside. But to keep it simple, okay, I like to use higher time frames. So if this nested 1-2, guys, remember the most bullish case scenario. So I'm not closing this position. I'm leaving a runner. Yes, I'm taking profits here to the upside. But remember, the most bullish case scenario, I'm leaving a runner for this trade, because you never know, okay, is this. This is what could happen. This is what could happen. Okay, this can whoop. I'm leaving a runner. Make no mistake, I'm leaving a runner. Position is protected. I'm leaving a runner. Okay, this small trade could turn into a big trade. Right. Targets. So to keep it simple, if I go to the 4-hour time frame, I can switch the moons off. and I show you major areas of resistance to the upside. That's generally where I get interested in shorts, but then I look at the structure to see if it makes sense to short in that zone. Okay. Let me see. Here we go. Biggest, closest area of resistance is between $83,000 and $84,000. That's a major, it's basically the highs. Price sweeps the highs. That's where I will pay attention. Okay, all of my resistance areas here has been smacked already. Smacked, smacked, smacked. That one got a beautiful bounce. Zoop. And it just crashed through all the levels. So you can see how it struggled at this green zone, which I now flipped into support. It used to be red. How it struggled, because that for me was a major level. So the next major level is between, basically above the highs. Okay, and I have all my levels, my resistances. You guys can see I'm very prepared. Okay, I have my levels marked out. I know exactly, you know, where's my areas of support and resistance. You can also see, I just want to see where I got that from. Yeah, there's a high volume node there. I just want to take this flip out the way. Can you see the high volume node? High volume node. So my areas of resistance and support is based on price action and volume. So from a price action perspective, look at this one, for example. Price forms a consolidation area. It loses it. It tries to break through. It rejects. It breaks through. It loses it. It retests it as resistance. So major area of resistance at $96,000. This one the same. Look at resistance, support. It had support and resistance. Lost it. It consolidated on top of it. Lost it. So this is my next. This is the next area of resistance. This one, actually, guys, this one I wanna move it a little bit higher. I think I made a small mistake with the one above because it's not perfectly aligned. I just want to move this one up ever so slightly. There we go. Now that actually looks better from a price action perspective as well. Okay, so I would say between 83,500 and 84,500 is a major area of resistance. So most bullish case scenario is that price just continues to fly here to the upside. Okay, let me just clean this up. And it's basically this one. The pump is not over. It wants to still rip to the upside. For me, this was a great short attempt. And I will attempt another short. And I will attempt another short. Because at some point, this structure needs to at least correct itself. And that is going to be an amazing risk to reward trade. And I can do this responsibly and get stopped out with profits. Okay, so I know I get a lot of messages from, I have received a couple of messages from people saying, you short all you want, you're going to get wrecked. No, I do not get wrecked. I do it responsibly. How am I going to get wrecked if I'm going to get stopped out with profits? How on earth is that getting wrecked? I don't understand your logic. I really don't understand the logic of someone telling me you're going to get wrecked if I'm in profits with this trade. I don't understand that logic. And then they will still argue with me. I will take screenshots and send it to them and say, but how am I going to get wrecked if I'm in profits? And they will say, you keep on shorting, you're going to get wrecked. So, you know, I think some people just want to talk shit, I suppose. Anyways, I can do it responsibly. And that's what I'm teaching the community. So that's the most bullish case scenario, guys, is that price is building that nested 1-2s here to the upside. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Forms a 4. And maybe another leg here to the upside. So based on the structure that forms to the upside, I will see how it corresponds with my major area of resistance to the upside. Okay, so I don't know how it's going to unfold, but I know it's not going to happen this week. This structure, if it's going to play out, is most probably only going to finish next week, Tuesday, most probably, if it plays out the way that I've drawn it out over here. So maybe it does this today and tomorrow on the that's your weekend, and that's Monday and Tuesday. Who knows if the structure is going to play out. Right, guys, it's not only up. There's still a bearish case scenario. It's not only up. Price can still fall down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It forms a three-wave structure down. It's still a possibility. A, B, C. As long as that high does not get claimed, the bears can still take the low of the structure. And this is why I'm not closing my short, because I know the market has done crazy things before where it looks like it's going to continue and then it doesn't. It just does it completely opposite from what you expected. So I am not closing my short. I'm not closing it. It's in profits. I'm not closing that short because I remember this long. And my position was protected. Okay. Price came down and I told everyone I'm moving my stop loss below the low. And look at how close it came to stopping me out. Because I knew that there's a chance that it looks like it's going to claim the low and it turns around. And I don't want to be that person that is too defensive. Okay, I'm too defensive. It stops me out and it leaves without me. My stop loss needs to go where it needs to go. So that trade from here upstairs, the stop loss will not be moved. I will take that knock. I will take $1,778 knock, but my profits will cover it. And this trade was shared inside of the community. If you guys remember, if you want to be part of the community, send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. I can't always be on YouTube, so therefore I spend most of my time inside of the community. All of these trades, the education around it, how I looked for these trades, the swing failure patterns, the risk management around it, it was explained inside of the community. So if you want to join, just send me the word access and I'll send you the instructions. Okay, so I mean this long is playing out very nicely, and like I said, guys, it should not turn into a losing trade. Short plan got invalidated. I didn't even take the short, guys. The short plan for me got invalidated. When this happened, okay, that was, where's the short plan? Yeah, this was the short plan. Go to the 1 minute time frame. This was my shorting plan. And I told everyone, if the 1.618 gets claimed, if that level gets tapped, this one, if that level gets tapped, no more short. So I didn't enter the short. But now I'm in the long, and the long is printing at the moment. So great. So can you guys see from a day trading perspective, I can be a bull and a bear in the same day. I don't care if the low is in at $57,000. I don't care if Bitcoin is going to $1 million. I don't, from a day trading perspective, I just need volatility. That's all I need. I need price to move up and down, form structures so that I can trade and scratch my dollars from the market. That's all I need as a day trader. From an investment perspective, obviously I want Bitcoin to go to $10 million, okay? But from a day trading perspective, I literally do not care if the low is in. I don't care. because I'm here to trade the structures like I've been doing for many, many, many years. Okay. These are just the trades from the 1st of July. There's many. It's just going to be too long of a list to share over here. Okay. But now I must include this trade. Today's the 27th of August. Guys, this trade was taken on my fun account, so it's not as big as the Bluffin account. This was the D-line strategy. It was a long. My entry is at 79. 389. It's a win, and I will put in the profits once the trade is done, but it's running at the moment. And from the profits that I've booked at the moment, where's the profits that I've booked? You know, guys, it's not a big trade, okay? But every little bit adds up, right? It's not a big trade, but every little bit adds up. Okay. All right. Love it. Love it. Yeah, I mean, cursing is not for everyone, but I love it. Dear old, I'm going to set up my fun account to trade the bull market when it starts. Yes, I mean, it's... that's why I have my 2-bit account. Okay. It's either I double it or I lose it. I have my fun account specifically for that. And you guys are still going to have me see fun in that account when I do the private live streams in the community. Okay, this week has been a bit hectic. I haven't had time to do a private live stream this week. But most weeks I do private live streams. And I want to show people the dark side or the fun side of trading, where I'm either going to blow up the account or I'm going to double it. Devil, can ETH take... Sorry guys, I know people have been asking for ETH. I still haven't gotten to ETH yet. Okay. Can ETH take out the previous high? Can you see where price rejected at the resistance area? Anyways, guys, remember there's always a chance price falls down, right? Just remember, there's always a chance, and this is why this trade for me cannot turn into a losing trade. But now, let me go and look at ETH. So, which previous high are you talking about? The one that was made here? Are you talking about that high? $4,000, $5,000? Are you talking about this high? Can ETH take out that high? Because it's already made a higher high over here. Yeah, man, guys, I wanted to long ETH. Yeah. I told everyone. Well, that was a trade that I highlighted, by the way, the break of trend. Okay. If you left a runner, well, okay, what an amazing trade. I didn't take it. But based on this structure, this is what I wanted to see, guys, because, you know, my rules have made me miss trades, but most often my rules have protected me from really bad trades. Okay, one of my rules is time. When I take a fib from the low of the structure to the high of the structure, the reason I did not take this long is because this low was made before the 0.382. So I told everyone I want to see that low taken. Then I'm going to get interested in a long on ETH. So if ETH did that, I would have been part of the trade. But sometimes it is what it is. It perhaps formed a sideways corrective structure, not taking out that low. W. X, maybe that's a X, and then it's a B, C, D, E, and a triangle, Y. So it did form a corrective structure that finished after the 0.382, but I wanted the low to be claimed. I should have done a little bit more analysis and said, well, maybe it can be a sideways corrective structure in a WXY where Y formed a triangle and then it broke out. So the correction did actually finish after the 0.382. So it followed the rules, but I wanted the low to get claimed. So I missed the trade. So if I just, guys, but you know, you have to remember, I do not have to trade anything else. I do not spend the time required to analyze other things in detail, like ETH. If I spent hours in front of ETH analyzing it properly, I would have most probably seen that scenario. Okay? But I only have to trade one asset, because there's a lot of work to do analysis for me. Just on Bitcoin, it's a lot of work. I don't have to trade ETH and Link and Gold and Nasdaq and SA. I don't have to trade anything else because I make enough money just trading Bitcoin. And I have I have a relationship with Bitcoin. I know how it moves. And it's going to take a lot of time for me to learn the personality of something else. So from a day trading perspective, I don't have to trade anything else. I love to trade Bitcoin because I know how it moves. I know how it dances. I dance with Bitcoin. I know the Fibonacci levels it respects. I know what it likes to do when it does fake outs. Like, I've learned its personality. So I have more comfort and confidence trading Bitcoin. Mr. ETH over here formed a cheeky little WXY and a triangle in the Y wave. Oh, now I just wanted to go through that comment. Which high do you mean? Winner, winner, chicken dinner. That pump very strong. Yes. Can you fit diagonal? Oh, what do you mean diagonal? Bitcoin, Ethereum. See, now it becomes confusing. You're talking Bitcoin, Ethereum. Okay, the old why don't community trade ETH and Sol also? We do have altcoins inside of the community. Guys, we have, let me show you. Okay, I'm not smoking my socks. Let me do this. So we have Bitcoin. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff being shared. Andy is doing some analysis inside of Bitcoin today. We have altcoins and other markets. Okay, this is Mr. Let me just go back. Okay, what was this? Mr. Dylan, oil. He's trading oil. Okay, that was oil. Pengu is trading Pengu. He's trading Ondo. He's trading ETH. Okay, beautiful trade that played out. Gold, he's trading gold. He's trading Agen. He's trading ETH, Uni. Looking at liquidity, but also he's educating, he's showing people how he applies his trading strategy. If you want to see it as a signal, that's up to you guys, but you know, he's just sharing what he's doing. So what Dylan does is he's a trader, and when he takes a trade, he shares with the community, guys, I'm taking this trade because of this. I am taking this trade because of this. So he's educating while he's doing it. So Mr. Dylan over here trades anything that looks juicy, like literally anything. And the reason he can do this is because he uses one simple strategy to execute any trade regardless of asset or altcoin. So, I mean, today there was BNB, there was Link opportunity. I mean, look at how beautiful the Link trade played out. Mr. Dylan is an absolute rock star and he has an exceptionally high win rate. Okay, gold. Anyways, so yes, we do have other things besides Bitcoin. Just wanted to highlight that. So if you do want to join the community, you can send me the link, the word access to my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can be part of the community. Right, let's get back to Bitcoin. What is cooking? Just go take the high. I know you want to, Bitcoin. Just go take the high. I think Bitcoin needs a bit of motivation. Right. How hungry are you, Mr. Bitcoin? I think he just needs a little bit of motivation. Just go take the high so I can take more profits. Okay, well, at least we had one good trade that played out during this long live stream. Okay, the worst thing for me when I do these long live streams is not to have anything to trade. That for me is the worst thing. I like to at least have a trade, even if it's just a fun trade that gets stopped out. Okay, but when the short plan didn't play out, I immediately jumped to the long plan. Because it looks like, okay, no short today, maybe it's a long. Because I have to trade what the market is giving me. I can't be married to only wanting to take a short, but the market is showing me that it wants to move up. Then I have to take the what the market is giving me. So I can be bullish or I can be bearish, but I very quickly have to change to say, okay, maybe I should be bullish. Nice little pump here from Bitcoin. Yeah, I'm not sure which high he means. BTC is the king, but Sol and some alts are like multiplier. BTC shows direction, but alts will make you multiplier. Well, leverage can fix that, right? Sol is doing great. I traded Sol like a crazy person. I can show you guys. Oof, I went crazy on Solana. Guys, I do trade altcoins. Not always, but I do trade them. Okay, let me find Mr. Solana over here. And I'll show you because I think I still have the files. It's going to be easier just to search. Show me where you are. There we go. Let's go to the daily time frame. Oof, look at the beautiful breakout. Ka-ching. This is old analysis. Obviously, Sol has taken the highs. Looks like it wants to continue. I can just understand. I can see why people are saying the bull market is back. Okay. Things are ripping you to the upside. Let me see if I still have those folders here. Might be a different Solana. Guys, I think I deleted it. But it was with... When was this? 2000. I think it was this structure. Anyways, guys, I think it was this structure, but I deleted the folder where I basically every single trade that I took on Solana. Yeah. Every single trade that I took on Solana. I had a folder with every single trade that I took on Solana using my D-line strategy. And there was many of them. I literally traded this structure like a crazy person. Only up. Just long. I made a lot of money on Solana with this move. I deleted the folder, or I saved it under a different Solana pair. But you could also see look at the breakdowns to the downside. Breakdown, breakdown, break up, break up, break up, break up. Okay. And when I do trade altcoins, I only use my D-line strategy for altcoins because they do not respect swing failure patterns as much as Bitcoin. So when I trade altcoins, I use Dylan's trading strategy. Dylan has slightly different rules to how I apply the strategy, but it's very similar. And this is why Dylan can successfully trade multiple different assets and tokens using the breakout strategy. So Maria, yes, I agree with you. Once we have a confirmed bull market back to the upside, well, I'm going to have some fun doing this back to the upside, just playing breakout after breakout after breakout. Oh man, profits, we need to take profits. Miss Robinson, take profits. Okay, guys, I'm going to scratch a little bit more profit here, and then I'm going to leave a runner. So the rest I'm just leaving to run. Okay, but now it is a massive, not like a big amount, but it's a winning trade. Okay, the plan was for price to take the high. Price did. So this trade played out to perfection. Now I'm just leaving a runner. So if it falls down, it's a profitable trade. I've won the trade. If it wants to continue, then I have the runner to pay me more dividends to the upside. So Bitcoin, yes, here's your cookie. You deserved it. And right. Volume is increasing with this latest high. So momentum can still continue. I want to see what CVD is doing. No berry CVD just as yet. It was just, guys, there was no berry CVD with this momentum yet to the upside. There was no berry CVD. I didn't see any weakness, and finally it took the high. So I've taken more profits. For those of you that did take the trade, well done. Nice little successful trade here in this live stream. So there we go. If you want to be part of the community, send me the word access. I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Let me go through some comments. Amazing work, man. Can't wait to join. I should have found your channel 3 years ago when I started. Rastaman, are you new here? Are you new? Have you only discovered me today? Yeah, I mean, I've been here for a while. Andy has been here for much longer than me because we are two people on this YouTube channel, and basically just teaching how we trade and how to do it properly from a risk management perspective. Okay, but I'm glad you're having fun here. Remember to smash up the like button. Haha, that's when 150x my capital too on Sol. Yes, Sundoggy. Yes, I traded Solana like a crazy person, but I have to wait for like almost a confirmed bull structure to the upside, and then I just smack that D-line strategy like a hot potato, and I make money. Okay, shorties on. Wow. I'm not sure yet. Am I going to get stopped out of this short? That's now the question. Am I going to get stopped out of this short? Okay, at least the long is still printing a little bit here to the upside. I did take most of the profits from the long. I mean, that long is all the way down here. Okay, but I have taken most of the profits. I mean, when price shoots up like this and it starts consolidating, I love to close most of the position when it starts doing that, because you can see that the bulls are running out of steam. They might chop the highs a couple of more times, but the aggressiveness is not there anymore. And also it's happening on decreasing volume. Can you guys see here on, let's go to the 8-hour time frame. Okay, Bitcoin, you've had enough now, okay? Can you see that this is happening on decreasing volume? So that long, it makes sense for me to start taking a decent amount of profit. And it also makes sense for me to look for shorts. So if I get stopped out of that short, I'm going to be looking for a new one. Okay. Remember, the most bullish case scenario that could unfold over here is this. Okay, so price has formed the 1, 2, it shoots up here in a 3, it forms a 4 and a 5, where I'll be looking for the short. Because I mean, each impulse has to correct itself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, guess what? If once that fifth wave is in, best case scenario for the bulls is that it corrects in a 3-wave structure and it continues. But I mean, that's a massive move that I can take advantage of. Worst case scenario, so it's just about trade management for me at the end of the day. And that's why I like to leave runners for the trades that I enter. And this is why I still have the runner for the long. Okay, I still have the runner for a long. From the long, I've taken most of the profits, but it makes sense for me to start taking more profits because price is chopping now at the moment. The aggressiveness is gone. It's doing it on decreasing volume. Okay. Do you think we might just have an SFP off the highs? Yeah, swing the highs. Swing the highs. But it could also just be a correction. Okay? Because what I can see, there I go into the 1 minute time frame. What I can see is this. So from a bullish, let's talk about bullish. Bullish is this. There's a 5-wave structure to the upside. Remember what I said, guys. Each impulse has to correct itself, like I've just explained on the higher time frame. So if this is the end of this impulse, it corrects itself and it continues. Okay. Bearish, well, guys, I worked so hard for that short entry. Bearish option is let me go to the 10-minute time frame. Bearish option is, I need to count this as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe that's the end. Expanding structure in a 5th wave. Not pretty, but I have to consider it. Okay, price has still not taken the high. And this is a W. This is a W. That's an X in a triangle. And this is an ABC in a Y. Price should not take out the high. So you have your 5 waves down, 3-wave corrective structure, and it falls down. That's why I'm not moving my stop loss. Because I know there's always a bearish case scenario. It's just I don't see any weakness at the moment, so it looks like the bulls have the upper hand for the moment. Okay, if I look at CVD, it's not bearish. I want to see against that bigger pivot what's happening. So if I look against this pivot, I want to see if there's bearish CVD against this pivot. Nothing. There's no bearish CVD. What does that mean? It means that everyone is shorting. That's what it means. And if everyone is shorting, what does that mean? It's most probably going to go up and liquidate them. I'm not going to get liquidated. I'm going to get stopped out with profits because I'm doing it responsibly. But CVD is showing me that people are shorting like crazy. And usually there's only one way when that happens. Okay, maybe by some miracle that is the corrective structure. This is a WXY ABC and a Y wave. It falls down. Still has a chance. That's why I'm not moving my stop loss. That's why I'm not closing my short. But there's no bearish CVD. It shows me that retail is shorting like crazy. And I don't want to trade with retail. I'm already positioned. So I'm not entering a fresh position. If I was not in the short, I would most probably not take it over here. Unless I go in with, you know, a tiny stop loss. Smaller position size. Guys, I didn't go heavy into this position, by the way. I mean, usually my positions are a little bit bigger than this. I didn't go heavy into that position. But yeah, luckily it's in profits because I've managed my risk here to the down. I've taken profits to the downside. And now that I'm almost going to get stopped out, it's a free trade with profits. So this will be one that I'm going to add here. Okay, I will obviously deduct the stop loss from the profits. I will deduct the 1778. That I will deduct from the profits, and then I will update my journal. Okay, this one I also need to update. Okay, I'll do it after the live stream. But this is now a nice juicy trade. It's not as big as the other trades, guys. I'm taking it on my 2-bit, my fun account. Okay. Right. How you read CVD. I did share inside of the community a video about how to read CVD. Okay, there's a lot of education inside of our community. How the footprint works, how CVD works, my D-line strategy, risk management for high leverage traders. There's a lot of stuff. And as the community has questions or they want me to add something, I will record a video and I will include it. Okay, so if you want to join the community, you can send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. One of the ways, which I think is a better way, is if you sign up with one of my exchange partners and trade, and you have $500 in your account, and you trade like you usually do, okay, your money, you trade with your money, your trading fees that you would have paid anyways goes to unlocking these tools. You get access to the community, you get trading tools, CVD like I'm using over here. Or you can pay monthly subscriptions. Okay. What are the realistic gains in a month? So the easiest answer for me is to say that on average, most successful day traders average between 10, 15 to 20% per month. You can go ask your ChatGPT, it'll give you the same answer. I knew that before ChatGPT came out because I've done my research and I've obviously been trading for many years. Okay. Usually, most often, a trader that makes more than 20% per month eventually gets liquidated. Eventually, it's only a matter of time because they get lucky a couple of months and then they get liquidated. I've seen that happen. I've followed someone on YouTube that used to almost double their account every month. Double. And then there was no more double. There was nothing. And when you have nothing to trade to get money. You don't even have a start. It's just a terrible situation to be in. So I would say reasonably, responsibly, if you want to be a consistent trader for years to come in the future, 10 to 20% is reasonable. I would say 10% is achievable for most traders. 15% for the good trade, the great traders, and then 20 upwards percent is for like the absolute elite traders. And I'm talking about average, guys. There's always the exception to the rule where you get a trader that averages 40% per month, okay? Or you get a trader that only does 3% per month. But for me, the name of the game is, it doesn't matter what the percentage is. Can you consistently make money every month after month after month, year after year after year, not just get lucky once or twice? It's about the track record. Okay, thank you so much. Great TA today, Devold, as always. Absolute pleasure, man. If we take the high of May, is it still count 3-wave structure? Yes, it doesn't matter how high price goes. Guys, let me just hammer on that a little bit again. It does not matter how high price goes. It's still a 3-wave structure. It does not matter how high price goes. This is still a 3-wave structure. Okay. When I do my next video update or live stream tomorrow, okay, I will go through this again and I will show everyone what I think I did actually speak about this during the beginning of this live stream. As long as it remains a 3-wave structure, because this structure is most probably still continuing. This I see as a single structure. This can be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's still the same. It doesn't matter how high it goes. It's still a 3-wave structure. Until it corrects and claims the high again, then I can see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then it's a 5-wave structure. But it needs a longer correction. That's too short. That's too tiny. That for me tells me that it's most probably correcting that little structure over there, or maybe those tiny little structures inside of that structure. But this is still a 3-wave structure. It's not a 5-wave structure. It doesn't matter how high it goes. It needs to stop and it needs to chop. And once it's chopped and it takes the high again, now what does that look like? Now that looks like a 5-wave structure. Now that looks like a beautiful 5-wave structure. Okay. Let's just make it big. I want to see that. Not this, because all that's happening here is this 3-wave structure could just continue, and it doesn't matter how high it goes, as long as it remains a 3-wave structure. Okay, it doesn't matter how high it goes. Even if it goes to $100,000, it still has an increased probability to take out the low, unless it does that. Okay, so for people that are saying that the bull market has started, they are saying it without having any confirmation from a structural perspective. There's no structural confirmation that the bull market has started. I'm very happy to say that I think the bull market has started once I see a 5-wave structure, just like the beginning, you know, on the daily time frame. What happened here? You know how many people think that they've missed the move? The FOMO is starting to kick in. Oh shit, I didn't buy enough spot. I didn't sell my wife and my kids in time because I missed it. The FOMO is starting to kick in. Okay? If price is going to form a 5-wave structure to the upside, let's do that. Okay, now there's a 5-wave structure. People that are FOMOing at the moment, saying that they've missed it, well, there's an opportunity to join, because look what comes next. Look at what comes next. Okay, so people that have FOMO saying that they've missed it, no, you haven't missed anything. I mean, all of that could potentially still play out over here, but I need to see that to get confirmation that it's starting. And even after this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, even if it smacks $100,000, it's going to retrace itself. That's where the opportunity lies to join the next move, So if this $57,000 low is in, which we don't know because there's no confirmation, but let's say we speculate it is in, you're not late. That's what I can tell you now. You're not late. Okay, you don't have to FOMO. You can wait. I can wait for confirmation. I can wait. But there's no confirmation yet. Okay, right, legends. Remember, when I'm not on YouTube, I am inside of the community. Okay, and if you want to join my community, myself, Andy, coaches, send me the word access to my Telegram. I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. I have unfortunately run out of time. I have been here for almost 5 hours. Okay, so I need to do some other things. I need to go and pour myself a bubble bath and drown, and not like literally drown myself, you know, in a nice way. Okay, I need to eat. I need to do other things as well. So I can't be here the whole day. But when I'm not in on YouTube, I am spending my time inside of the community. That's why I'm saying if you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access to my Telegram, first link down below. Thank you so much for joining. Thanks for everyone. Oh, before I go, guys, just let me know who. Type number 1 if you have been here since I started the live stream 5 hours ago. Just type a number 1 if you've been here since I started. I want to see if, you know, the up there. 1 1. Wow. 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 Okay, a lot of number ones. Thanks for the support. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Hey, Mr. S, VSVP, Sunshine, Jack. There we go. There we go. A lot of community members here as well. Okay, a lot of community members. Okay, I see. There's been a lot of people that's been here for 5 hours. Okay, right. But guys, I mean, I can only be here for so long. Okay, I can only be here for so long. Right. Okay. 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 I think we can hide the rest now. Right. Legends, thank you so much for joining the live stream. I think we've had one good trade today. I didn't take a loss today, at least. And the short plan didn't play out, took the long. Should be a profitable trade. If it's not a profitable trade, then I mean, I don't know what to say. But thank you so much for joining. I will see you all tomorrow. Yes, community members, I'll see you inside of the community. Until the next one, cheers for now.